Chapter 321, Look, a Flying Whale. Chapter 321, Look, a Flying Whale. Translator, Godbrandy. Editor, Karisu. I understand. Whale 8 giggled and hung up. Then, he turned toward Shark 9 and said, Old 9, let's go. Wolf 1 said, we absolutely can't let that girl escape. We can use violent methods too. We have to use violent methods? I see. Shark 9 silently nodded. What they used to communicate was a sound transmitting technique. Each time the sound was transmitted, words would get slightly distorted, and after the message passed through 3 people, the original meaning had significantly changed. Shark 9, who had just received the erroneous message to use violent methods, made his move. His speed increased as he dashed toward the girl in a black dress in front of him. Choo Choo was very good at swimming, but her skills weren't worth mentioning in front of 2 experts specialized in this field such as Whale 8 and Shark 9. Since they were trying to force her into a hopeless situation and had no intention of killing her, the duo was just playing around earlier. But now that Shark 9 had received the command to kill, he used his real strength and quickly swam forward. In the time it takes to blink twice, the distance between Shark 9 and Choo Choo had reduced to mere 5 meters. A cold light flashed through Shark 9's tiny eyes as he frantically pounded the water with his hands. While hitting the water, he released his true chi, creating several razor-toothed sharks with bodies of water and true chi mixed in it. They almost seemed real as they wagged their heads and charged toward Choo Choo. Instant kill move. 100 Sharks Palm. It was a move designed to kill the opponent directly. Shark 9 was a respectable second-stage realm cultivator. Moreover, he was an established true master with an abundant reserve of true chi. Choo Choo, who was in the middle of her escape, felt a powerful killing intent coming from behind as well as a strong fluctuation of true chi. Under these circumstances, she had no choice but to stop. If she kept swimming, the attack would hit her back, and with a terrifying quantity of true chi imbued in this attack, even if she weren't to die, she would receive a severe wound. Although she was considered a talent, she hadn't cultivated for a long time and had just recently reached the second stage True Master realm. She hadn't reached a level where she could directly use her body to resist an all-out attack from another True Master. After stopping, Choo Choo put her right hand inside her silk stocking, pulling out a short sword. Next, she jumped, leaping out of the water. The moment she came out of the water, she muttered an incantation in a voice only she could hear, "The sword of my life, appear." As soon as she finished her chant, the short sword in her hand sent out a sword cry. In the next instant, she turned around and stabbed with the sword toward the rear. Behind her, 13 lifelike sharks with rows of sharp teeth came out of the water, charging toward her. Reap! The short sword in Choo Choo's hands moved quickly, and in the next moment, 26 sword lights shot out from her hand toward those sharks. On average, it took 2 sword attacks imbued with sword chi to destroy one shark, turning it back into water, which mixed with the ocean once more. Choo Choo took advantage of the strength of the attack to put some distance between her and her pursuers, jumping into the water once more and trying to get away as fast as possible. She knew that these 2 guys enjoyed home advantage in water and thus were much faster than her in the sea. Therefore, she had to find a way to get out of this place. Otherwise, her situation would get worse and worse. When Choo Choo turned around, preparing to flee, she bumped into a thick wall of meat. Hee hee. Next, a powerful laughter resounded in her ears. 2 thick arms tightly hugged her body. The strength of these arms was incredible, and Choo Choo felt her bones cracking. I really enjoy hugging girls with soft bodies like you. Now, I'll hug you until you are reduced to a meat pulp. The man laughed. This man was precisely Whale 8. He had stealthily blocked Choo Choo's path of retreat, making her walk into a trap. Ah! When she was hugged, Choo Choo felt as if her bones were about to break. Bastard, die! She spun her wrist and used her short sword to stab Whale 8. It's useless. Your short sword cannot penetrate the defense of my body. Whale 8 revealed a smiling face. Clang! When the short sword bumped into his body, it felt as though she was stabbing a mass of elastic rubber. The sword sank into his body until the hilt, but no blood came out. This thick and elastic rubbery layer was precisely the defense Whale 8 was boasting about. Unexpectedly, even a short sword was unable to pierce through his skin. As I said, it's useless. Whale 8 laughed strangely and increased the strength of his grip. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Chu felt her bones shatter. Moreover, 2 streams of tyrannical true chi entered her body from Whale 8's arms and started to destroy her body from the inside. I really like seeing delicate girls like you die in my arms. It's such a sad and at the same time beautiful scene. Therefore, even if Wolf 1 hoped to get you alive, you must die, Whale 8 lowered his voice and said with a grin. But Chu Chu couldn't hear these words anymore. Am I dying? Her eyes had started to lose focus, and her body was becoming lighter and lighter. She felt as though her soul was about to leave her body. Perhaps it was because she was about to die, but a strange picture appeared before her eyes. She unexpectedly saw a huge whale flying into the sky. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shu Hang's pitiful scream echoed in the sky. At this time, his mind was in a complete mess. He faintly remembered that he met Tubo, Gao Mumu, Yuga Yu, and Yuga Zhongyang at the airport. Afterward, he also met his disciple in name, Joseph, and his daughter, Shuangxue, who was continuously staring at him resentfully. Next. I should have boarded the plane, right? I can't seem to clearly remember what had happened afterward. Did I fall asleep? Anyway, after sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Song Shuhang discovered that he was in midair, quickly falling toward the ground. What happened? Was there an airplane accident? What about the plane and the other passengers? Many thoughts flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. And in the next instant, they all merged together, turning into a pitiful yell. But his scream didn't last for long and was soon broken by another scream. Wu tilde, a loud cry transmitted from above his head. It was the cry of a huge whale, and just like Shu Hang, the whale was also confused. This whale had already experienced many incredible things that other whales wouldn't experience in a lifetime. It had traveled to the desert, rode a flying sword, passed through space itself, and, right now, it was doing ropeless bungee jumping. These experiences where one was more incredible than the other. If whales also had the ability to communicate like humans, who knew how many female whales it could conquer by relying on these incredible experiences? When he heard the pitiful cry of the huge whale, Song Shuhang was stunned. What the F***ck? I might be falling from the sky because my plane crashed, but what's the deal with this huge whale? Was this whale also hiding on our plane? Impossible. Where was it hiding anyway? Inside a pokeball. Song Shuhang felt that there was something wrong with his memory, and that he had forgotten a few things. He frowned and tried to recall the previous events. Just as he was pondering, a piece of memory suddenly flashed through his mind. Papa, Papa. Why do you look so unhappy? In the memory, a cute little loli ran toward him and said after raising her head, if you're unhappy, let little Meow smile at you. Afterward, you should become happy, right? This smile was like that of a goddess. Just a glance was enough to heal one's heart and dissipate all worries. It was Song Miao, his daughter. This weird memory had suddenly flashed through his mind. F***ck? What kind of joke is this? My daughter? And who is the mother? I haven't even reached the legal age to get married. Just as he was thinking this, another piece of memory flashed through his mind. In this memory, he was standing with a woman with a blurry face while watching his son, Song Ren, getting married. In the front was a big-bellied woman in a wedding dress. That was his daughter-in-law. In the next instant, he was leading by the hand his grown-up daughter, Song Miao. This time, she was the one getting married. F***ck? What's wrong with these memories? Was it something I dreamt of in the plane? No, that's not it. All of it felt very real, as though I had experienced it firsthand. Did I lose my memories after I boarded the plane? Wait, a loss of memory? The East China Sea, the mysterious island. Song Shuhang immediately remembered the mysterious island. Was it possible that he carelessly entered the island? However, he had decided not to enter the island even if he was given the opportunity. How did he exactly end up there? Anyway, it seemed he had left the island after losing his memories. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Woo tilde, the cry of the nearby whale made Song Shuhang return to his senses. I almost forgot that I am still in the middle of the sky and falling down. What should I do now? Ah! Save me! Song Shuhang screamed loudly. He had no idea what to do in such a situation. Therefore, he instinctively screamed. Just as he was screaming, another scene flashed through his mind. In this scene, a woman with blurred facial features was teaching him a cultivation technique. It seemed to be a pretty powerful technique. In the next instant, Song Shuhang unconsciously used the technique. Roar tilde, a thunderous and deafening roar echoed throughout the sky of the East China Sea. It was a special type technique, the roaring lion's technique. When the technique was used, a powerful roar exploded in the surrounding area like a muffled thunder. It was a technique capable of frightening the enemies out of their wits and intimidate them. After roaring, Song Shuhang noticed that his throat had become much clearer, just as though he had eaten one of those refreshing throat lozenges. Thereupon, he decided to roar once more. Roar tilde? Wait a moment, am I not a bit too relaxed? Although there is water beneath, I'm technically falling from the sky. Just as he was thinking this, Song Shuhang felt the qi and blood in his mouth aperture seethe with excitement. It was filled to the brim. At last, Song Shuhang's mouth aperture was finally open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Time for my fapping onto interaction. 2 in 1. Chapter 322, Time for my fapping onto interaction. 2 in 1. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang's luck wasn't bad, and after opening the mouth aperture, he obtained a second innate skill. After opening the eye, nose, ear, and mouth apertures, each cultivator would at least obtain one innate skill, and those that were lucky would obtain two. If the skill obtained was decent, it could come in handy throughout one's whole life. Just like innate skills related to the eye aperture, innate skills related to the mouth aperture could also be divided into several types. For example, some skills allowed you to make lotuses blossom with your mouth, use words as swords, attack with sound waves, or even launch light beams from your mouth. The innate skill obtained by Song Shuhang was somewhat special and belonged to the sound wave type. Its name was illusory sound. Whenever the owner used the skill, all the people hearing the sound would see a certain illusion. Roar tilde, when Song Shuhang used the roaring lion's technique, the innate skill illusory sounder was also activated. The roar of a lion echoed throughout the surrounding area like a rolling thunder, and its sound carried illusory properties. Below, Choo Choo, Whale 8, and Shark 9 all suffered the effects of the roaring lion's technique and the illusory sound. Since she was already in a semi-unconscious state, Choo Choo saw the road to the netherworld appear before her eyes. Am I going to die? Whale 8 and Shark 9 felt their brains spin and saw the blurry picture of a galloping horse lantern 1. Song Shuhang had just opened his mouth aperture and acquired an innate skill. Therefore, he was still unable to control that illusory sounder properly and influence people with a strong will. However, if used in conjunction with the roaring lion's technique, the illusory sound could influence even cultivators of the second stage. There were many places where this innate skill could come in handy. For example, if Song Shuhang were to use the illusory sound in conjunction with the roaring lion's technique in a big battle, he might even be able to change the course of the war. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. As soon as the lion's roar faded, the effects of the illusory sound also disappeared. Choo Choo looked toward the sky absent-mindedly. It wasn't an illusion, a whale is really flying into the sky? Whale 8 and Shark 9 shook their heads and revolved the true chi inside their bodies, shaking off the lingering effects of the illusory sound. Afterward, they also looked toward the sky. In the next moment, they felt their scalps go numb. They saw a huge whale falling from the sky. Since they were both second-stage true masters and had exceptional eyesight, it took them only a glance to see the wooden sword below the belly of the whale. This wooden sword seemed very simple, but both the sword chi and sword intent it was emanating were terrifying. Was that a flying sword? Did it mean that this huge whale was a monster whale that had learned how to ride a flying sword? However, there wasn't too much time to think. The duo quickly rushed to a side, regardless of the status of the whale. It seemed like it wanted to submerge in the sea. And since they were standing precisely in the spot it was going to land, wouldn't it be foolish to stay there and just wait to become minced meat? Thanks to the whale's appearance, Whale 8's grip on Choo Choo loosened a bit, giving her the chance to gasp for breath. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Shortly after, due to the acceleration effect of the disposable flying sword 00 for addition, the whale fell into the sea slightly earlier than Song Shu-hang. Woo tilde, the whale called out pitifully. Splash! A huge amount of water sprayed in all directions. If not for the disposable flying sword and the floating technique Venerable White had used on its body acting as a cushion, the whale would have died from the impact of colliding with the water. Next, it was Song Shu-hang's turn to fall in the water. Green breeze speed boost. Song Shu-hang activated his pendant just as he was about to fall into the water. A green-colored gentle breeze engulfed his body and slowed down the speed of his descent, allowing him to gently fall into the water. Song Shu-hang had already used the green breeze speed boost pendant 3 times on the Heavenly Island, completely depleting its energy. The reason he could activate it now was that 24 hours had already passed from the last usage. Today, it was already July 15, 2019. Monday. I landed safely. Even today, I somewhat managed to survive. Song Shu-hang came out of the water and wiped the seawater from his face, his eye socket still slightly damp. It feels good to be alive. After falling into the sea, the whale didn't hesitate and immediately swung its tail, rushing toward the depths of the ocean. It felt the need to find a peaceful place to calm down and moreover, its instinct was telling it that it was better not to resurface for a while. After the whale disappeared, the wooden sword floated on the surface of the sea, drifting toward Song Shu-hang. Song Shu-hang casually picked it up and said, "Eh? Isn't this a disposable flying sword 00 for addition?" He was very familiar with this type of a flying sword. Because it was Senior White's sword. So, was it Senior White who sent the whale by his side? Song Shu-hang gently touched the wrist with the coordinates of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. It seemed that Senior White was headed toward his position and would be there soon. After pondering for a moment, he picked the disposable flying sword up and hung it around his waist. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The waves created by the crashing whale finally subsided. After the sea regained its calm, Song Shu-hang saw that there were 3 forms not too far away from him. One was a scary man with shark-like teeth. One was a stocky man with an idiotic smile on his face. And the last one was a woman in black dress, tightly hugged by the stocky man. It was a rather weird combination. From the looks of it, those 2 big men were in the middle of bullying a weak girl. Soon after, Song Shu-hang sensed fluctuations of true chi coming from the trio. He had already opened his mouth aperture and reached the peak of the first stage, being only a step away from jumping through the Dragon Gate. In his current state, he could already faintly induce the fluctuations of true chi coming from second stage true masters. The 3 people in front of him were all second stage true masters. And Song Shu-hang was the weakest person on the scene. Now then, were cultivators this common nowadays? He fell from the sky and casually met 3 cultivators? Did it mean that he was specifically sent to this place after he was thrown down from the mysterious island? Since he had no idea what these guys wanted to do, Song Shu-hang cautiously grabbed the talisman inside his pocket. This was the last sword talisman in his possession. At the same time, he held Broken Tyrant tightly with his other hand. Aside from the sword talisman, the flaming saber technique on the ancient bronze ring was also capable of bringing harm to a cultivator of the second stage. Song Shuhang wasn't the only one observing the situation and getting ready, the others were also observing him carefully. Shark 9 shot a look at him and discovered his cultivation level. It's a cultivator of the first stage. Better to avoid potential problems, Whale 8 said slowly. Afterward, he added, kill him. What the F***ck, what kind of logic is that? If you don't want problems to arise, shouldn't we peacefully resolve the issue with words and part ways? Song Shuhang didn't even have time to ridicule them when Shark 9 grinned and pounced toward him, aiming at Shuhang's chest with his right palm. At this time, Shark 9 had a cruel smile on his face and that row of sharp teeth looked very scary. God knew how painful it would be to be bitten by this dude. Killing intent surged, this move aimed for an instant kill. You're quite the violent type, huh? Song Shuhang sighed and took out the sword talisman, aiming at Shark 9 while placing his finger on the trigger of the sword formation. Shark 9's tiny pupils suddenly shrank. Bang! Shark 9 smashed his hands against the surface of the water and used the strength of the impact to stop, quickly retreating. After stopping, he gazed at Song Shuhang carefully. When he approached him earlier, he felt a dangerous aura coming from Shuhang's body. At last, his gaze fell on the object in Song Shuhang's hand. A talisman. That dangerous aura was coming from the talisman? Is that a talisman with the attack power of a third-stage cultivator or above? It's not going to be easy to deal with him if he can casually take out such a powerful talisman. Shark 9 licked the corner of his mouth. As long as they could kill this guy, they would surely obtain some excellent loot. His tiny eyes stared at Song Shuhang stubbornly, waiting for an opportunity. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Sword! Song Shuhang narrowed his eyes and didn't hesitate to activate the sword talisman. Although Shark 9 had retreated, he was still within the range of the talisman. That being the case, Shuhang wouldn't stand on ceremony. When the sword talisman was activated, an illusory figure appeared behind Song Shuhang's body. That figure was standing proudly and looking down on Shark 9 and Whale 8. Whale 8 and Shark 9 immediately felt a terrifying pressure. They felt like small frogs that were being stared at by a snake, not even daring to breathe. Shark 9, run! Whale 8 bellowed. But it was too late. The figure behind Song Shuhang used its finger as a sword and followed Song Shuhang's will, slashing toward Shark 9. Dazzling sword light exploded and locked onto Shark 9's position. Except for the sword, everything disappeared in Shark 9's line of sight. After sensing the fearful sword chi emanating from the sword, Shark 9 already knew that he would end up either dead or critically injured after taking the attack. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and drilled underwater. At the same time, he frantically struck against the water with his palms, creating around 30 sharks made of water that charged toward the sword light. But the sword light completely ignored them and just flashed past them. The water sharks charged toward the empty space till they lost the true chi powering them, changing into water once more. The sword light passed through the thick mass of water in the blink of an eye, slashing at 9 Shark's body. Aya! Shark 9 screamed in pain. Bubbles came out of his mouth, and the entire surface of the sea was dyed red with his blood. After struggling for a bit, he sank toward the bottom of the sea. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. A talisman. Whale 8 stared at Song Shuhang gloomily. When cultivators were fighting amongst themselves, their actual strength wasn't the only determining factor, their equipment was also very important. A first-stage cultivator with a powerful talisman in their hands could potentially kill a second-stage cultivator. And it wasn't limited to a second-stage cultivator. In the past, Song Shuhang even killed a fourth-stage cultivator by relying on the weapon Senior White manufactured for him. Hee. Song Shuhang smiled radiantly and took out another talisman from his pocket, pointing it at Whale 8. Your guess is correct, it is indeed a talisman. HM? Do you have something to say? At this time, Song Shuhang had the smile of a nouveau riche plastered all over his face, and this other talisman also had an aura comparable to that of the third stage. If you have something to say, come here and say it to my face. Whale 8's face darkened as he kept staring at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang narrowed his eyes and dangled the talisman in front of Whale 8. Let that girl go. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of my talisman. In case you didn't know, I have several of these toys with me. He indeed had several of them, but they were evil warding talismans. Song Shuhang's objective was to free the girl in a black dress. That girl was also a second-stage cultivator, and if Whale 8 were to let her go, Song Shuhang could use the healing spell on the ancient bronze ring to let her recover her strength. At that time, if they were to join forces, they might be able to fight against this Whale 8 evenly. This was Song Shuhang's plan. Unfortunately, in most cases things wouldn't go the way you wished. Whale 8 clenched his teeth and didn't let Choo Choo go. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her even tighter, trying to crush her. Crack, crack, crack! A grating sound suddenly transmitted from her body. Blurch! Choo Choo spat out a mouthful of blood. Many of her ribs were broken, and her internal injuries were even worse. Whale 8's true chi rampaged inside her body, destroying her meridians and damaging her internal organs. Choo Choo felt the world fade into black and fainted. The difference in strength between the two of them was too big. You're courting death! Song Shuhang bellowed. Hee, what's so scary about death? Whale 8 grinned. Who do you think I am? Inside the organization, I'm the multi-awarded Whale 8, and even if I have to die, I'll complete my mission. The mission is way more important than my life. Crack, crack, crack! Whale 8's deathly hug almost flattened Choo Choo's body. Her fresh blood dyed Whale 8 in red. Aha waha! Whale 8 laughed hysterically. He really enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of crushing delicate girls amidst his powerful arms. He liked this feeling so much that he was addicted to it. 3 breaths later, when Choo Choo's aura disappeared, Whale 8 threw her in the sea like a piece of garbage. Her blood dyed the surface of the sea red, and her body sank into the water. Just like Shark 9, it was unknown whether or not she was still alive. Whale 8 licked the bloodstains on his face and grinned, saying to Song Shuhang, hee, what now, kid? Why didn't you take advantage of the situation and killed me with your talisman? Song Shuhang didn't reply and grasped his treasured saber-broken tyrant. Perhaps, the talisman in your hand isn't an attack-type talisman. Whale 8 laughed loudly. Then, what type of talisman is that? Let me have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, his stocky body moved, leaping toward the surface of the water. In the next instant, he used a technique to increase his speed and directly stepped on the water, dashing toward Song Shuhang at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. He looked like a bulldozer when he was rushing forward on the surface of the water. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh and put the evil warding talisman away. After all, Whale 8 wasn't a ghost cultivator, the evil warding talisman was useless against him. Soon after, Shuhang also leapt forward, stepping on the water. The effects of the green breeze speed boost were still active, and with the help of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, he could also run on the surface of the water. Song Shuhang didn't retreat and decided to face Whale 8 head-on. He spun his wrist and activated the flaming saber technique on the ancient bronze ring. Swish tilde raging flames started to burn on the blade. Even if he didn't have sword and armor talismans, Song Shuhang wasn't a small cultivator that would let the enemy toy with him. Moreover, he was wielding the treasured saber-broken tyrant, a 1-meter-long saber forged from heavy metals inside a thunder pond. It was an extremely solid and sharp blade that could cut even the body of a 4th-stage cultivator. As long as he could land one hit, even the big fellow in front of him would be injured. An ordinary technique such as the flaming saber cannot harm me. Whale 8 grinned. He wasn't scared by the flames burning on Song Shuhang's blade. Afterward, he put a knuckle duster made of tempered steel that had precious stones engraved on it on his right hand. This gadget wasn't an ordinary knuckle duster, it was a magical treasure. Spray of the Great Whale. Whale 8 waved his fist frantically. True chi exploded, and the picture of a whale appeared above his fist. Next, he bent down and used his fist to punch at the blazing saber. He was so tall that he had to bend down to hit Song Shuhang. What a pain! Clang! The flaming saber clashed against Whale 8's fist, and Song Shuhang felt a powerful burst of energy transmit from the saber to his body. The flames on the saber immediately scattered, and the area between his thumb and index finger was torn. Fresh blood gushed out, and he almost let broken tyrant slip through his fingers. However, this was only the initial impact. Soon after, the huge illusory whale that had appeared above Whale 8's fist also came forth, charging toward Song Shuhang's chest after breaking the chi of the flaming saber. This illusory whale was the physical manifestation of true chi. Boom! Song Shuhang was sent flying by the power of the illusory whale, falling into a distant place amidst the sea. Ouch! When the seawater came in contact with his wounds, Song Shuhang cried out in pain. At this time, a small golden shield had appeared in front of his chest. He had managed to defend against that illusory whale thanks to the innate ability of his ghost spirit. This small golden shield had saved Shuhang's life a lot of times now that he had used up his armor talismans. A second stage true master in perfect conditions is actually so strong. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. In hindsight, he felt fortunate for defeating the weakened altar master at the time. The difference in strength between him and a second stage cultivator was too high, and the difference between chi and blood and true chi was similar to that of water and ice. Chi and blood were simply unable to ward off the true chi, because when the two came in contact, the water-like chi and blood had simply no hopes of blocking the icicle-like true chi, getting pierced easily. Weak, simply too weak. Whale 8 chuckled. Now then, let me give you a warm hug before sending you your way. Song Shuhang, and I'm a loose cultivator. I have a friend named Softfeather who happens to be friends with a member of your family. Chu-Chu gazed at Song Shuhang, her expression calm. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? At this time, the nearby small monk joined his palms together and also introduced himself. My name is Guegui, and I'm a disciple of the Faraway Wandering Temple. The Faraway Wandering Temple? Chu-Chu blinked a few times. Then, she opened eyes wide. Are you talking about that Faraway Wandering Temple? According to legends, half of the temple was situated in the real world, and the other half in a different dimension. For this reason, it didn't have a fixed position and could appear anywhere in the world. It was one of strongest Buddhist schools in the world of cultivators, an existence that their small family could only hold in reverence. As far as I know, the Faraway Wandering Temple doesn't have any branches, and there is only one temple. So that must be it. The small monk joined his palms together and smiled faintly. He was very proud of his school. After the small monk was done introducing himself, Dudu couldn't wait anymore and squeezed through them, arriving in front of Chu-Chu and starting his own introduction. I'm the monster dog Dudu, and it's fine if you call me Big Brother Dudu. Girl, your foundation doesn't seem to be too bad. As long as you're willing to become my adoptive little sister, I'll give you helping hand. Should I completely destroy that puny illusory sword school for you? Dudu raised his head and said proudly. Dudu, stop causing trouble. Song Shuhang gently patted Dudu's head. If Dudu were to help, he would end up causing even more trouble. Song Shuhang knew it from experience. For example, when he told Dudu to look after the small monk, he helped the small monk run away from home instead. Chu-Chu forced a smile. Cough, we're getting sidetracked. Anyway, Miss Chu-Chu, do you have any last words? Chu-Chu heaved a sigh and said, if something unexpected were to happen, I hope fellow Daoist Shuhang would bring my remains back to the Chu family. Sure, no problem. Song Shuhang nodded. Miss Chu-Chu, you should rest for the time being. Chu-Chu faintly nodded and closed her eyes, trying to get some rest. Song Shuhang held his chin and pondered, now then, what is this grievance settling platform? Is it an open competition where people fight each other using martial arts? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 5 minutes later, Chu-Chu entered a deep slumber again. Her injuries were simply too heavy. Dudu lay on the ground lazily and basked in the sun. His body was still weak, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't move around. The small monk sat on top of a large stone and started to chant Buddhist scriptures. Even if he was away from the temple, he was still diligently contemplating scriptures every day. Song Shuhang, whose upper body was now naked, found a shady and cool place and started to organize the items in his possession. He currently had with him his treasured saber Broken Tyrant, a disposable flying sword 00 for addition, and a backpack. Inside the backpack were soul beads, medicine pills, the shape-shifting brooch, talismans, and a small case. Eh? Where does this case come from? And what's inside? Song Shuhang curiously opened the case and found 16 plants as fine as hair inside. These plants were shaped like lifelike dragons. However, he didn't remember anything about these plants. Did he find them on the mysterious island? Right at this time, he found a note at the bottom of the case. It was precisely that paper on which Song Shuhang had written the words skeletal dragons withered vine with a brush. The skeletal dragons withered vine. Isn't this the same natural treasure that 16 needed for her recovery? Song Shuhang carefully put the case away. He was extremely excited right now. Now that he had these vines, he could help 16 hasten her recovery. After putting the case away, Song Shuhang noticed another unfamiliar object inside the backpack. It was a cute rabbit-shaped purse. As soon as he saw the purse, Song Shuhang felt a huge sense of shame well up in his heart. What was this thing doing inside his backpack? Was it something he casually picked up on the mysterious island? If it was something he had casually picked up, it was better to return it to the rightful owner. But he had lost all memories concerning the mysterious island. How was he supposed to find the owner of the purse? Should I throw it away? Or perhaps I can gift it to a girl? After all, this purse was too cute-looking and wasn't suited for a big man like him. While still in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang opened the purse to see what was inside. He saw a very small note inside the purse. Song Shuhang curiously grabbed the note and took it out. As he took the note out of the purse, it suddenly changed from the size of a little finger to that of a table. It became bigger? The following line was written on the huge white paper with forceful brushstrokes: Little Finger Snake's Purse. Below were other words written in a smaller font: Hold the left ear of the rabbit and pour your chi and blood, true chi, spiritual energy, and so on, inside to reduce all the objects the purse comes in contact with. Then, right next to these small words, there was another set of even smaller words: Hopefully, you won't throw this cute purse away. Song Shuhang. That was dangerous. Earlier, he was really thinking about throwing it away. I unexpectedly gained so many interesting things on the mysterious island. I even got my hands on a purse made from the skin of the little finger snake. Just as he was thinking, he held the left ear of the rabbit and poured his chi and blood energy inside. Afterward, he used the purse to bump his backpack. In the next instant, the backpack was reduced to the size of a fingernail and placed inside the rabbit-shaped purse by Shuhang. It's really cool, Song Shuhang muttered. With this gadget, he could easily carry things with him whenever he was out. After carefully putting the purse away, Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone. Unfortunately, there was no signal on the island. He wanted to go in the 9 Provinces #1 group and contact Su Clan 7 to tell him he had those skeletal dragons withered vines that 16 needed. It seemed he would have to wait to reach a place with signal to send the message. And precisely because there was no signal, he hadn't received Soft Feather's magnificent gift either. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the neighboring Pacific Ocean, also on a small island, several huge balls of fire appeared in the space above the peaceful island. When the first ball of fire descended to the ground, the forms of several people could be seen inside it. Amongst these people were 2 men wearing the clothes of aircraft commanders, as well as several flight attendants and other men and women. The daughter of Song Shuhang's nominal disciple Joseph, Ji Shuangxue, was also amongst them. This batch of people fell on the sandy beach in a disordered manner, all of them unconscious. The second ball of flames followed soon after. This ball was very small, and there were only 2 figures inside. One was that black uncle that was very good at breakdancing, the other was that boy searching for his parents. These two had pressed the yes button in front of the city gate when given the possibility. Inside the third ball were Jiao Mumu, Joseph, Tubo, Zhuge Yu, Zhuge Zhongyang, Lu Fei, her elder sister, and all those that had left the Heavenly Island after completing the transaction. Inside the fourth ball were 8 forms covered in blood. Their clothes were ripped apart and blood was dripping from their bodies, but strangely enough, they didn't seem to be injured. All the passengers on the plane were again reunited. After the 4 balls of flames descended to the ground, the fire quickly died out. With the exception of Song Shuhang, all the passengers were now scattered on the beach, unconscious. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 10 minutes later, a group of people wearing animal skins and holding primitive weapons rushed over from the depths of the island. They were headed toward the sandy beach. After seeing those fireballs fall from the sky, their interest got piqued and they rushed over here. People, many of them. A woman pointed at the passengers scattered on the beach and said in awkward Mandarin. Confucius said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? What a pleasure, what a delight! These people, friend. We, happy." The man that seemed to be the leader said with a serious expression on his face. The voice of the leader had yet to fade when a chubby man's eyes lit up. Confucius said, "If you peel off the skin, only the tender meat is left. These people, food. Long time no eat meat." Slap! The leader ruthlessly slapped the chubby man. Thinking about meat? Crazy! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, Primitive Men Reciting from Memory the 3-Character Classic. Chapter 326, Primitive Men Reciting from Memory the 3-Character Classic. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Don't improper use, Confucius said. If devil hears, our palm hit until red. Plus, we know cannibal, not go crazy over meat, the one that seemed to be the leader said in awkward Mandarin. After the ruthless slap, the chubby man recalled the terror of the devil. His shoulders immediately shrank and he didn't dare to utter a single word. Next, the leader waved his hand and said once more in awkward Mandarin, "First, move them." Thereupon, the primitive men started to carry the passengers away on their backs, shoulders, by hugging them, or by dragging them. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Soon after, the passengers woke up one after another. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that they were lying inside a huge shed made of straw. Next to them were standing many primitive men with brownish-red skin and all sorts of pigment on their faces. These people were wearing animal skins and holding primitive weapons in their hands, some of them even had fearful masks on their faces. It seemed as though they had directly traveled through time and come here from ancient times. They were emanating a primitive and barbaric aura. When the passengers saw the sharp weapons these people were holding, they got a scare and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, the passengers silently looked at each other, not daring to speak. "From what I remember, we were on the plane. How did we exactly end up in this strange place?" Tubo said in a low voice to the nearby Jiao Mumu. Jiao Mumu forced a smile and shook his head. At the same time, he embraced his girlfriend Yuri tightly. These men wouldn't happen to be cannibals, right? When it came to primitive men, the opinion of the average man was surely influenced by movies and TV shows. In the majority of those shows, primitive tribes would eat human meat. Therefore, as soon as they saw these people, the passenger immediately mistook them for cannibals. "Did we travel to another world?" Lu Fei said quietly, her imagination running wild. Lu Fei's elder sister, Song Shuhang's nominal disciple Joseph, tightly clenched his fists. He was sitting beside his daughter, ready to protect her. He was in deep thought at this time. Were these primitive men friends or foes? If they were enemies, the odds weren't in their favor. After all, the primitive men were holding sharp weapons, while the passengers were all unarmed. Perhaps it was time for him to display the peerless martial technique his teacher taught him. Joseph clenched his fists tightly. He had absolute faith in his teacher Song Shu-hang. He believed that the technique he had received from the man that could create explosive sounds just by lightly moving his palms could only be outstanding. Although he had practiced only for a little more than a month, Joseph felt that he had gotten much stronger. Eh? Why do I feel that I've gone through something similar before? Joseph felt a sense of déjà vu and had the impression that he had already gone through something similar. Was it just a dream, or did it really happen? Why do I find this scene so familiar? Joseph thought to himself, somewhat puzzled. Wait, where is teacher? Teacher also boarded the plane with us. Joseph looked all around, but he didn't find his teacher Song Shu-hang. Where did teacher go? It wasn't only Joseph, Gao Mumu, Tubo, and the Jujis had also discovered that Song Shu-hang was missing. Where did Shu-hang go? Tubo asked in a low voice. Is he not here with us? Gao Mumu narrowed his eyes and looked all around, not finding Shu-hang. Since he had lost his glasses, he couldn't see too well. Lu Fei said quietly, I also don't see him anywhere. Did he get separated from us? Gao Mumu frowned and, somewhat worried, said, all the passengers that boarded the plane are here, how come he is the only one missing? Everyone recalled those scenes in movies where primitive men were eating other humans. Song Shu-hang wasn't already cooked and eaten, right? Tubo and the others got a bit worried. At this time, the passengers next to the captain of the plane asked him with a worried expression on their faces, Captain, did something happen to the plane? Why are we here? The captain was also baffled and shook his head. He didn't know what to say, because he too had no idea what had happened. He was clearly piloting the plane a moment ago. Then, he fainted and found himself surrounded by primitive men. Things happened so fast that he had yet to understand what was happening. It doesn't seem we had an accident since we're unscathed. Maybe we did really travel to another world, one of the air hostesses said in a low voice. I don't think we traveled to another world. Perhaps, after our plane crashed, we ended up on a small island in the middle of the ocean that has yet to be discovered, the old professor guessed. Just as the passengers were discussing amongst themselves, the primitive men suddenly formed two groups, arranging themselves in lines. Afterward, they lifted their heads high and threw out their chests. Then, a woman opened her mouth and said, men at birth are naturally good. It was a line from the three-character classic of the Chinese literature. Each word was pronounced clearly, so it was very pleasant to the ear. After she said this much, all the passengers were dumbfounded. Next, the other primitive men recited in unison, men at birth are naturally good. Their natures are similar, their habits become different. If, negligently, not taught, their nature deteriorate. The right way to teach is with absolute thoroughness. Formerly, the mother of Mencius chose a neighborhood. When her child would not learn, she broke the shuttle from the loom. 1. Blah blah blah. Although the pronunciation wasn't perfect, all those present could see that they were reciting the contents of the three-character classic from memory. PFFF? Miss Lu Fei was really bold. When she saw the primitive men reciting the three-character classic with proud and serious faces, she unconsciously laughed. Her laughter was melodious and pleasing to the ear. After hearing her laughter, a primitive man that was not too far off curiously turned his head to look at her, stopping his chant. Stop! A powerful voice echoed from the outside. Then, a 180 cm tall man wearing a black windbreaker entered the shed, his hands crossed behind his back. As soon as they saw this man, the natives became stiff. They were so afraid that they didn't even dare to breathe. After entering the shed, the man wearing the black windbreaker arrived in front of the primitive man that had stopped reciting. He raised his right hand and revealed a thick disciplinary ruler. The primitive man knew he couldn't escape his fate. Therefore, he slowly stretched out his hands with a bitter look on his face. Snap! The man wearing a black windbreaker mercilessly hit the palms of the primitive man with the disciplinary ruler. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Wrong Subject, What to Do. Chapter 327, Wrong Subject, What to Do. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Ouch! Ouch! The primitive man's body twitched in pain when his palms were hit. However, he didn't dare to retract his hands. He held his tears back and obediently stood in place. Each palm was hit 10 times, becoming scarlet red. The scene reminded the passengers of those old-style tutorial schools in ancient times where the tutor would hit the palms of the young student with a disciplinary ruler if the latter were to commit mistakes. But if you were to change the tutor into a young man wearing a black windbreaker, and the young student into a tall and big primitive man, the scene would turn out rather comical. Lu Fei looked at the primitive man with a guilty expression on her face. She didn't know that her laughter would cause so much pain to the primitive man. Had she known earlier, she would have covered her mouth with all her strength, not laughing at all. Get lost. You won't get a meal until you're finished writing the 3-character classic 3 times as a punishment, the windbreaker-clad man said in a grave tone. As though he had just received an act of grace, the primitive man rubbed his palms and quickly ran away, probably getting ready to write the 3-character classic down. The other primitive men looked at him with envy. He only needed to write the 3-character classic 3 times, and in exchange, he wouldn't have to stay here with this scary man clad in a windbreaker. He was a lucky man. After all, writing the text of the 3-character classic 3 times wouldn't take too much time, but if you were to stay here with this man and commit an even bigger mistake, you would be hung on a big tree and beaten mercilessly, with your screams echoing throughout the whole surrounding area. The windbreaker-clad man put the disciplinary ruler away and crossed his hands behind his back, heading toward the passengers. After seeing his face, the passengers discovered that this man was also Chinese. Moreover, he seemed to possess a great authority amongst these primitive men. This made the passengers heave a sigh of relief. That being the case, their safety should be guaranteed, right? At the same time, some of the glib-tongued passengers were thinking of getting close to this man to deepen their relationship with him. But when the man walked toward them, he had a serious look on his face and his body was emanating an incredible pressure, so even the most glib-tongued passengers didn't dare to utter a word. Soon, the man arrived in front of the white-haired professor with a majestic gait. The old professor just happened to be the closest person to the entrance. The windbreaker-clad man nodded and said, "Hello." As soon as he heard these words, the old professor felt his body become weak. Thereupon, he quickly replied, "Hello, sir." Strangely enough, when the old professor greeted this man, he even used the respectful term sir. But the windbreaker-clad man was clearly younger than the white-haired professor. The professor had unconsciously addressed him with a respectful term due to the invisible pressure emanating from the man. The windbreaker-clad man nodded and continued, "And you are?" The professor stood up on own volition and said humbly, "I'm Professor Nan Chenqing from the Jichuan University of China." "A university professor?" After hearing this much, the eyes of the man lit up. Afterward, he enthusiastically shook the hand of the professor and said with a smile, "So, it was Professor Nan. I've heard so much of you." When the man smiled, all the imposing aura from before disappeared. It was as though ice had melted, becoming a hot spring. All the passengers felt their bodies become lighter, even breathing was now easier. Professor Nan Chenqing smiled and nodded. It seemed he had still quite a bit of reputation in the branch of botany of the biology department. Even this man knew about him, and his attitude greatly changed after hearing his name. Professor Nan Chenqing was very pleased at this time. Once you were a man of his age, rather than money, you would be more interested in fame. If he could make an important discovery and have his name go down in history, how beautiful it would be. The windbreaker-clad man said enthusiastically, "You should be responsible for teaching Chinese, right?" "Yes." "Wait, what?" Professor Nan Chenqing's smiling face stiffened. The old professor was confused. "Teaching Chinese? I'm not a professor of the Chinese language department. I'm a professor of the biology department, branch of botany." The old professor was very distressed at this moment. So distressed that it was hard to describe with words. "You came at the right time. I've waited for you a long time, the windbreaker-clad man said, full of enthusiasm. Teaching Chinese language to these primitive men had really been an ordeal. Recently, I taught them pinyin after a friend's recommendation. With that, they were able to learn the three-character classic properly. But when I started to teach them the Analects of Confucius, these primitive men started to make stupid mistakes again. I still don't understand what's wrong with the way I'm teaching them. In the end, it was this windbreaker-clad man that taught those primitive men the three-character classic. And now, he was planning to teach them the Analects of Confucius. When the younger passengers heard these words, they blushed with shame. These primitive men were actually learning the Analects of Confucius. Let alone these primitive men, even they who were born and bred in China didn't study the Analects of Confucius in its entirety. Nowadays, the students of primary and middle schools were taught only a few sentences from the Analects of Confucius. Actually, many of those present didn't even finish studying the three-character classic. Professor Nan Chenqing was also blushing with shame. It seemed that the windbreaker-clad man mistook him for someone else. He had to clear this misunderstanding as soon as possible. However, before the professor could explain, the windbreaker-clad man handed the disciplinary ruler in his right hand to the professor and said, "Professor Nan, in this case, I'll leave the task of teaching these primitive men the Analects of Confucius to you. You can be assured that I'll not treat you unjustly." Coming to this small island in the middle of nowhere during summer vacation must have been unpleasant, but fear not, if you can teach these primitive men the entirety of the Analects of Confucius before the end of summer vacation, I'll give you a remuneration that will exceed your wildest expectations. After waiting for the man to finish his speech, Professor Nan Chenqing coughed and opened his mouth, preparing to clear the misunderstanding. However, the following sentence of the windbreaker-clad man made him quickly forget about this thought. "Don't worry, as long as you have that disciplinary ruler with you, this tribe of primitive men with over 10,000 individuals will follow your instructions without a hitch. You don't need to be afraid of them. If someone is not studying properly, you can hit them as hard as you want." Afterward, thinking that Professor Nan Chenqing might be still worried, he also added, "Fear not, they won't eat you." Professor Nan Chenqing's heart twitched. Did it mean that if he wasn't teaching these primitive men Chinese, and didn't have the disciplinary ruler in hand, there was a chance they would eat him? This was a rather fearful possibility. Damn it! Isn't it just about teaching these primitive men how to read and write? The Analects of Confucius, huh? In the end, I'm the professor of a prestigious university, and even if my knowledge in regards to the Analects of Confucius isn't too deep, I'm still a literate person. Sir, you don't have to worry. With the help of all the present, I will make sure to teach these primitive men how to read and write, making them learn the Analects of Confucius in its entirety by the end of summer vacation. Professor Nan Chenqing clenched his teeth and assured him. The professor didn't forget about the other passengers behind him. After all, they were in this together, and since he had the ability, he decided to help them. He didn't want them to be eaten by the primitive men because of being useless. Good, I feel relieved now. The windbreaker-clad man nodded and smiled. After assigning the task, the left the straw shed with his hands crossed behind the back. His mood was excellent at this time. But just as he was leaving, somewhat confused, he thought to himself, "Weird, why did fellow Daoist scholar Drunken Cloud send so many people along with the professor? Are they here to help him, or is there another purpose to it? I better log into the 9 Provinces #1 group and ask for clarifications. Maybe fellow Daoist scholar Drunken Sun has something special in mind?" While still in deep thought, he proceeded toward his dwelling. This man wearing a black windbreaker was none other than Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. When young, he had carelessly made too many oaths and pledged to teach the Chinese language to 10,000 illiterate people. This island was precisely the one he mentioned in the 9 Provinces number group. That island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with natives living on it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman left, the primitive men that were lined up into 2 rows immediately heaved a sigh of relief. But when their vision fell on the disciplinary ruler in the professor's hand, they immediately regained their composure, throwing out their chests and raising their heads high. It seemed that they were really afraid of this disciplinary ruler. After seeing the reaction of the primitive men, the old professor and the other passengers also heaved a sigh of relief. Cough. Everyone should have realized what kind of situation we are in, the old professor said as he turned his head to the passengers with a bitter smile. Gao Mumu nodded and said, "We all saw. That being the case, we'll rely on you, Professor. If you need our help while teaching these primitive men, just ask." The old professor sighed deeply and said, "Good." At this time, Tubo also asked, "Professor, we lot aren't really experts when it comes to teaching, but since you're a professor of Chinese language, can you reply to this question?" That man wearing a windbreaker said that we have to teach these primitive men the Analects of Confucius by the end of summer vacation, but isn't that almost a race against time? Given your experience, from which part of the book do you suggest to start? Tubo was afraid that the windbreaker-clad man would get angry if they couldn't teach these primitive the entirety of the Analects of Confucius before the end of summer vacation. Moreover, his imposing aura was so strong that they even forgot to ask him about Song Shuhang. In a while, he and the others would have to look for him and ask about Shuhang. Professor Nan Qianxing. After a short pause, the old professor deeply sighed and said, "About that. I need to tell you something. I'm indeed a professor of the biology department." In the next instant, all the passengers stiffened, and a deathly silence fell on the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, I have yet to mail you the Chinese language professor. Chapter 328, I have yet to mail you the Chinese language professor. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Lu Fei's elder sister broke the silence as she said calmly, "Although Professor Nan is specialized in a different field, he is still an experienced university professor. Moreover, we don't need to teach these primitive men the deep meaning of the Analects of Confucius, we just need to have them memorize it so that they can recite it from memory by the end of summer vacation. Therefore, as long as we work together, we can surely complete this task." It was unknown what her occupation was, but whenever they were in a critical situation, Lu Fei's elder sister was able to keep her calm and find a way out. "I agree with what this miss said." Professor Nan Qianxing nodded his head in approval. In the end, he was still a professor, and all he had to do was teach these primitive men how to read and write. That wasn't really a big deal. Thanks to his rich experience as a lecturer, he had already grasped the ability to explain the profound with simple terms, making things much easier to understand. But there was another problem. Professor Nan Qianxing coughed and said, "There is one last problem. Does any of you remember the content of the Analects of Confucius?" That man wearing a windbreaker didn't give us the teaching materials related to the Analects of Confucius. The windbreaker-clad man wasn't planning to have them teach the Analects of Confucius to the natives just from memory, right? As soon as Professor Nan finished his sentence, the passengers shot a look toward the youngsters of the group, Gao Mumu, Tubo, Yari, Lu Fei, Liu Geyu, Zhuge Zhongyang, Ji Shuangxue, and so on. From their age, they seemed to be either in high school or university. Gao Mumu shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm from the Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Department, I can't help you with this." Yari said weakly, "I'm also from the Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Department." Tubo smiled bitterly. Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Department +2. Lu Fei continued, Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Department +3. Don't look at me, I'm from the News and Media Department. Zhuge Yu blinked her eyes. Zhuge Zhongyang stroked his hair and said, "I'm a high school graduate." So, no one from the Chinese language department. After hearing this much, the other passengers could only force a smile. Amongst the people that had boarded the plane, no one remembered the Analects of Confucius. Such bad luck! Wait, is there signal here? We can look up the text on the internet. One of the passengers took out his phone and started to fiddle with it. But his phone wasn't magically changed like Venerable White's or a custom-made one like Palace Master 7 Lives talismans. He couldn't get any signal on this island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The passengers could only bitterly smile after making this discovery. First, we have to resolve the problem about the textbook of the Analects of Confucius. The old professor furrowed his brows. But right at this time, Tubo said, perhaps we can negotiate with that man. He didn't look like an uncommunicative person. If he wants us to teach the Analects of Confucius to the natives, he should at least provide the textbook. After all, you can't make bricks without straw. You have a point. Professor Nan nodded and said sluggishly, but who is going to ask him about the textbook? The windbreaker-clad man seemed rather difficult to approach. At the time, when he had that serious expression on his face, the pressure emanating from his body was really something. Tubo took a deep breath. He was preparing to take on this task. Moreover, he had to ask the windbreaker-clad man about Song Shuhang. The fact that all the people that had boarded the plane were here except for Shuhang caused him great worry. Yuga Zhongyang put a hand on Tubo's shoulder and said suddenly, "Leave it to me." Yuga Zhongyang stroked his hair with a smile and said, "I'll go ask that man about the textbook Analects of Confucius. I frequently meet serious-looking old men with sour faces. Therefore, I have experience when it comes to dealing with such people." Additionally, Tubo and the others got involved in this mess because I insisted on dragging them to this trip to the East China Sea. As if that wasn't enough, their classmate Song Shuhang is still missing. Since everything is my fault, it's normal for me to take the responsibility. Even though he usually acted like a jerk, Yuga Zhongyang was a rather dependable person in times of need. "Let's go together then." Jiao Mumu also stood up. "If we were to rely on your foul mouth, we might end up in an even bigger mess. Additionally, Shuhang is our good friend, and we would like to have news about him as soon as possible. Therefore, let's just go together. We'll also accompany you." Lu Fei, her elder sister, Joseph, and his daughter also stood up. "In this case, let's go all together," Tubo said with a smile. The old professor also stood up. "I'll lead the way. With the protection of this disciplinary ruler, the natives won't dare to harm us." And just in this fashion, the mighty group moved forward with large strides, heading in the direction the windbreaker-clad man had left. With the old professor standing in the front, none of the natives dared to stop them. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Inside Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's dwelling. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman used his custom-made computer and went into the 9 provinces number group. The latest messages in the group dated to half a day ago. From these messages, it seemed that Medicine Master was looking for enemy cultivators of the 2nd stage or above to perform experiments. His objective was to restore the memories his fellow Taoists lost on the mysterious island. Afterward, there were messages from Su Clan 7, Venerable White, and other fellow Taoists saying that they would lend a hand. Toward the end was another message from Venerable White. According to this message, he had obtained clues on the whereabouts of headquarters of the Limitless Demon Sect and was looking to cooperate with the Spirit River Su Clan. Next was Su Clan 7's radiantly smiling emoji. 7 said that the Spirit River Su Clan could get into action whenever Venerable White wished. If they were to team up with Venerable White, it was likely that they would return home with very good results. Although something unexpected might happen during the journey, the pros would surely outweigh the cons. Immediately after was a thumbs-up emoji from Great Master Profound Principle plus the small picture of a Buddhist temple. The meaning was, if you need help, the faraway wandering temple is also ready to help out and march on the Limitless Demon Sect together with Venerable White. While practicing, monks also consumed a great number of resources, and even if they followed the path of mercy, mercy alone wasn't enough to make them advance in strength. Aside from Great Master Profound Principle, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, and 8 other fellow Taoists all expressed their interest in raiding the headquarters of the Limitless Demon Sect. No one would refuse to accompany Senior White and pick a few treasures along the way. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman got online. "Hello everyone." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. "Senior White, if you want to barge into the Limitless Demon Sect, I can also give you a hand." Afterward, he wrote, "At Scholar Drunken Star, thank you for sending over that professor, and it was a university professor to boot. Many thanks. I won't forget this kindness for the rest of my life. P.S. Are the other guys you sent over here his assistants or something? After Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman sent the message, no one was tagged, the name was wrong. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber laughed heartily and said, "Fool, you tagged the wrong person. Let me help you, at Scholar Drunken Turtle." But as just before, no one was tagged. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, eh? It wasn't Scholar Drunken Turtle? Then, let's try with if you put the characters for king and 8 together, you get the word cuckold. Turtle is also slang for cuckold. Drunken Ghost is usually an insult for drunkards. At Scholar Drunken King? At Scholar Drunken 8. At Scholar Drunken Sun. At Scholar Drunken Star. At Scholar Drunken Ghost. 1. Thrice Reckless tagged many names, but none of them was correct. Northern River's Loose Cultivator furrowed his brows. Guys, stop for a moment. Here I come. At When the Bright Moon Appears. 2. This time, the tag feature worked. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said complacently, "This is Scholar Drunken Sun's new nickname inside the group chat." Luckily, I made a short note with his DAO name plus online username and attached it to the corner of the monitor as to avoid forgetting about his name. With that, I can remember Scholar Drunken Sun's name even if he has yet to reach the 8th stage, Profound Sage. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, fellow Daoist Northern River, is really worthy of respect. Northern River's Loose Cultivator sent a smiling face. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Very soon, When the Bright Moon Appears made its appearance. Fellow Daoist Northern River, thank you for writing down my username and DAO name. When the Bright Moon Appears sighed with emotion. But I must remind you of something, my DAO name isn't Scholar Drunken Sun, it's Scholar Drunken Moon. Moon like the moon in the sky. Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Drunken Turtle, Drunken King, Drunken 8, Drunken Ghost. Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless, you wrote these names on purpose, right? It was on purpose, right? When the Bright Moon Appears sneered. I'm planning to make a trip to central China in these days. If I'm not mistaken, your immortal cave should be in that area, right? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber immediately stiffened. What mistake did I commit? I was just trying to help fellow Daoist 7 Lives Talisman. At this time, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman sent another message. Fellow Daoist, when the bright moon appears, thank you for sending over that university professor. Moreover, you even sent a bunch of people along to help him with the teachings. I didn't expect you to be so quick at handling matters. When the bright moon appears, Scholar Drunken Moon. When did I exactly send him a Chinese language professor? Although I did indeed contact a few professors of the Chinese language department, they have yet to reply. First, I congratulate fellow Daoist 7 Lives Talisman for finding a language professor when the bright moon appears replied. However, I have yet to mail you a professor of Chinese language. Therefore, it wasn't me who sent that professor over. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman opened his eyes wide. It wasn't fellow Daoist Drunken Sun who sent that professor over? So, did another fellow Daoist in the group chat secretly help me? As expected, the 9 Provinces #1 group is really full of kind-hearted people. Anyway, who might be this fellow Daoist that secretly sent help? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman heard the sound of footsteps approaching his place. Gao Mumu, Tubo, and Professor Nan arrived in front of his dwelling to ask him about the textbook Analects of Confucius as well as information about Song Shu Hang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Were you able to catch that girl? Chapter 329, Were you able to catch that girl? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman received Gao Mumu and the others and said with a smile, Professor Nan, what brings you here? Do you need help with something? Sir, it's like this. If you want us to teach the primitive men about the Analects of Confucius, we'll need a complete copy of the text, Zhuge Zhongnang said with a smile as he took a step forward. At this time, Zhuge Zhongyang looked incredibly reliable and was completely different from his usual self. Although he usually acted like a jerk and had a foul mouth, he had dealt with many large companies in the past few years. If he wished to, he could easily appear as a trustworthy person. Aha, I actually forgot about it. Professor Nan, no need to worry about this matter. I'll have someone deliver you a copy of the Analects of Confucius as soon as possible, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. Professor Nan heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that the problem would be solved so quickly. Is there something else? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked after seeing that Jiao Mumu and the others didn't leave immediately. Jiao Mumu took a step forward and said, "Sir, there is something else we would like to ask you. Did you happen to see our friend Song Shuhang when you found us back then? He is around 175 centimeters tall, perhaps a bit taller now, and always has a bright smile on his face. He boarded the same plane as the rest of us." Afterward, Jiao Mumu kept describing Song Shuhang's appearance to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. Song Shuhang? After hearing this name, as well as Jiao Mumu's description, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's eyes immediately lit up. Is it possible that they're talking about little friend Song Shuhang? Stressed by a mountain of books? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked. Tubo swiftly replied, "That's Shuhang's online username." So that's how it is. It seemed that it was the kind-hearted little friend Song Shuhang that sent over the professor to help me out. I must properly thank little friend Song Shuhang later. He helped me quite a lot with this oath of mine about teaching Chinese to the natives of the island. Even using pinyin and the alphabet song was his idea. After I'm done teaching 10,000 illiterate people the Chinese language, I must give little friend Song Shuhang a big gift, as well as carry out a transaction with him for his blood god crystal. Little friend Shuhang is really my lucky star. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman thought to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After discovering that these guys were little friend Song Shuhang's close friends, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was even more moved. So, you're little friend Song Shuhang's friends, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said while taking a step forward, hugging Tubo and Jiao Mumu. Jiao Mumu's brain had yet to understand what was happening, since when Song Shuhang's name became so prestigious. Unexpectedly, even the boss of these primitive men was giving face to Song Shuhang. Don't worry. Although he isn't here with you, I'm sure he's doing fine. I'll ask him where he is and inform you guys as soon as he replies. Additionally, you don't have to worry about food. I'll provide you the best of the best, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a smile. In the end, Jiao Mumu, Tubo, and the others left Seven Lives Talisman's place, somewhat baffled. Soon after, the primitive men arranged all the passengers into fine houses of stone and provided them exquisite food. Around 10 minutes later, a thick copy of the Analects of Confucius was delivered in front of the crowd. The passengers still felt as though they were dreaming. So, were Shuhang and that man wearing a windbreaker acquaintances? Asked Jiao Mumu. Did Shuhang eat a face-giving fruit or something? Said Tubo while taking a bite of the banana in his hand. Do you think something happened to him? Lu Fei said, somewhat worried. Jiao Mumu shook his head. From the tone of that man, it doesn't seem that Shuhang was in danger. Anyway, we should be safe for the time being. Now, we need to figure out a way to teach the Analects of Confucius to the primitive men. Everybody nodded in agreement. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman opened the 9 Provinces #1 group once more. Stressed by a mountain of book S, little friend Shuhang, thank you for sending here that professor of Chinese language, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said happily. But even after a while, Song Shuhang didn't reply. At this time, when the bright moon appears, sent a message. In the end, it was little friend Shuhang that sent the professor over. Northern River's loose cultivator also replied with a smile, Seven Lives Talisman, little friend Shuhang might not be online. After all, he didn't log in for the last 2 days. Just as they were talking, Immortal Master Copper Trigram popped out and said, Northern River, you useless fellow, stop talking like you know where he is. Northern River's loose cultivator sneered and wrote, HMPH, it's not like you know either. Unfortunately for you, I know. Immortal Master Copper Trigram continued, I'm currently heading toward his position. He's on a small island in the East China Sea, and Medicine Master entrusted me with bringing him a medicinal paste while I was at it. Obviously, the medicinal paste was for Chu family's Chu. Medicine Master was too busy at the moment and couldn't leave his place to meet Song Shuhang. Therefore, he asked another fellow Daoist to bring the medicinal paste to Song Shuhang and conveniently grabbed those 2 second-stage cultivators while at it. An Immortal Master Copper Trigram happened to be this fellow Daoist. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, on that lone island in the East China Sea, Song Shuhang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, saw a huge door appear before him. A stream of water was flowing out of this door and continuing downward. This was the last small realm of the first stage, the Dragon Gate. If you were to use all the chi and blood energy in your body as fuel and jump through the gate after going upstream, your chi and blood would change from illusory to real, turning into true chi. But if you were to fail, you would deplete all your chi and blood, decreasing your cultivation level of a small realm. Anyway, Song Shuhang wasn't ready for this step yet, and the Dragon Gate in front of him was still illusory. After taking a deep breath, he ended his meditation. It didn't seem he was planning to jump through the Dragon Gate just yet. It seemed he wanted to wait till the chi and blood in his body had reached a sufficient level before trying. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, the 2 second-stage cultivators that had been immobilized by Venerable White, Whale 8 and Shark 9, weakly lay in a corner. Shark 9 had been lucky and didn't die after taking that blow from the sword talisman head-on, he still had one last breath left. But the fate that waited them seemed even worse than death. Right at this time, a voice transmitted from the communication device in Whale 8's ear. It was Wolf 1's voice. Whale 8, were you able to catch that girl? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Chapter 330, Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Wolf 1's voice was cold, not receiving replies from Whale 8 gave him a bad feeling. At this moment, Whale 8 was unable to move or speak due to Venerable White's technique. Whale 8, reply to me. Stop fooling around, we don't have much time left. Kill the girl if you can't catch her. We can't let her escape. Wolf 1 said in a grave tone. He knew that Whale 8 had the strange fetish of hugging cute girls to death. Therefore, he was afraid that he would mess up things while enjoying himself. But just as before, Whale 8 didn't reply. Damn it! Whale 8, if you mess this mission up, I'll find you and give you a beating you won't forget for the rest of your life. Wolf 1 howled as he hung up. Next, he tried to contact Shark 9. Shark 9, reply to me. Are you with Whale 8 right now? What is he doing? Shark 9's state was even worse than Whale 8's, and even breathing was a challenge for him. Let alone speaking, he didn't even have the strength to groan in pain. After seeing that Shark 9 wasn't replying either, Wolf 1 called out in exasperation, damn it! What are you two doing? Wait for me, I'm heading toward your position. Wolf 1 could determine their approximate position through the communication device in their ears. Don't come. You're walking into a trap. Whale 8 roared inside his heart, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't say it out loud, and Wolf 1 had already hung up in anger. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After hanging up, Wolf 1 became very calm, and all his anger vanished. He lightly tapped on the communication device beside his ear and contacted the other members of the organization. Bull 2, Ape 4, call for Hawk 6 and our other brothers. Whale 8 and Shark 9 had an accident. Something unexpected happened while they were carrying out the mission. For the time being, we should head toward the position of Whale 8's communication device and see if there is a chance to save them. Let's hope that they're still alive. And you, Fox 10? For how long are you planning to stay at the bottom of the sea? Get the hell out of there! Wolf 1 bellowed. Gurgle tilde I'm, gurgle tilde coming. The handsome Fox 10 said with great difficulty. From the looks of it, he seemed to still be at the bottom of the sea, but how could he talk while under the water? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Whale 8's face became pale. Given Wolf 1's disposition, he would call for the other members of the organization and come here together to look for him and Shark 9. In normal circumstances, he would be happy if Wolf 1 and the others were to come here to save him, but it was different this time. The strength of that cultivator in white clothes was too great. Even a respected cultivator of the second stage like him was nothing more than an ant compared to that man. Although he was much stronger than him, Wolf 1 was still a cultivator of the second stage. Whale 8 believed that even 100 Wolf 1s wouldn't be able to defeat that cultivator in white clothes. If they were to come here, the other members would only walk toward their deaths. Right at this time, a calm voice echoed in Whale 8's ears. He, so your name is Whale 8. What an interesting name. Its pronunciation is the same as Pekingese. 1. After turning his head around with great difficulty, Whale 8 saw the person he was the most unwilling to see. That cultivator decked in white clothes was calmly squatting beside him, his face wearing a mysterious smile capable of bewitching every living thing. Whale 8's expression turned bitter. Did this man hear the conversation between him and Wolf 1? Immediately after, he saw the cultivator in white clothes stretch his finger and tap on his shoulder. In the next instant, he felt a burst of spiritual energy enter inside him and spread to all the corners of his body. Venerable White took his finger back and asked with a smile, as expected. Whale 8 and Shark 9, eh? If I'm not mistaken, the other members of your organization should also have code names such as wolf, bull, dog, ape, deer, hawk, snake, and so on, for a total of 33 different animal-based code names, right? Although Whale 8 couldn't speak due to the technique immobilizing his body, the terrified look in his eyes was enough to answer Venerable White's question. It seems I guessed correctly. These 33 animals should stand for the 33 animals of the 33 divine beasts technique. Venerable White adjusted his squatting pose and flicked his finger toward Whale 8. The technique binding his body was half undone, allowing him to speak again. When I saw you, I felt that the technique you were practicing was rather interesting, Venerable White continued. Amongst the 33 divine beasts technique, what you're practicing should be the huge whales technique, right? Whale 8 smiled bitterly. This cultivator knew even the secret technique of his organization. He couldn't hide anything from him. I didn't expect that the illustrious 33 divine beast sect would decline until becoming a third-rate organization. It's still fine though. I've always been interested in the 33 divine beasts technique of your sect, but I've never had the opportunity to come in contact with you guys in the past. But this time, you actually came to my door on your own. My luck isn't bad, he. Venerable White laughed lightly. Indeed, his luck was pretty good tilde. Song Shuhang also came over. He had just finished meditating when he decided to take a look at the two prisoners. But just when he got there, he saw Venerable White squatting down beside the prisoners and chatting with them. Song Shuhang arrived beside Venerable White and squatted down as well, asking, Senior White, what is this 33 divine beasts technique? Is this technique very powerful? He heard Venerable White mention this technique while coming over. Rather than powerful, it is very interesting, especially the first two volumes regarding the first and second stage realm. This technique can allow a cultivator to develop a pseudo-innate true chi while still in the first and second stage. I'm not sure how this technique was developed, but it allowed the disciples of their sect to get an incredible advantage while still in the first and second stage realm, Venerable White explained. Somewhat confused, Song Shuhang asked, pseudo-innate true chi? Does it have some relationship with the third stage innate realm? Yes, there is a close relationship between the two. Venerable White nodded. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Song Shuhang, asking, Shuhang, if I'm not mistaken, you started cultivating just recently, right? Song Shuhang silently nodded. Then, I'll use your case as an analogy. You already missed the best time to cultivate and build your foundation, which happens to be between 4 and 8 years old. The wisp of innate true qi you inherited from your mother's body had already disappeared when you completed your foundation, and from now, you'll advance with more difficulty compared to those disciples from sects, Venerable White said. Eh? The innate true qi inherited from my mother's body? And without it, cultivating will be more difficult? There is really such a thing? Song Shuhang scratched his head in puzzlement. None of the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group told him about it. No one in the group told you about it. Venerable White pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, perhaps they felt that it would negatively influence your will to cultivate if they were to tell you. But given your willpower, I feel that there would be no problem. Song Shuhang nodded. Since he decided to become a cultivator, he had been prepared to die. How could mere hardships stop him? Venerable White kept explaining, nowadays, cultivators believe that the optimal age to establish your foundation is between 4 and 5 years old. During this period of time, the child would still have that wisp of innate true qi acquired in the mother's womb. If the child reaches the foundation establishment realm within this period, they will be able to store that wisp of innate true qi inside their heart aperture, building a solid foundation for their future path of cultivation. If you have this wisp of innate true qi and the necessary techniques and resources, you won't meet any bottlenecks before the 3rd stage realm. After the age of 5, and every year after that, the wisp of innate true qi inherited from the mother's body would keep getting thinner and thinner, until completely disappearing when the child reaches the age of 8. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it anymore. The thinner the wisp of innate true qi, the bigger the number of hardships you would encounter from the 1st stage foundation establishment realm to the 3rd stage. The time and the resources you would need to advance in realm would become higher and higher, to the point where they would increase by 50% compared to someone that had completed their foundation establishment below the age of 8. If you didn't have this wisp of innate true qi, you were like a game character starting with a handicap, you would grow at a slower pace than others. Song Shuhang scratched his head. There was unexpectedly such a thing. In other words, I lost that wisp of innate true qi more than 10 years ago. It was precisely for this reason that he didn't feel the presence of innate true qi when completing his foundation establishment. However, the speed I'm advancing at shouldn't be too bad, right? Song Shuhang asked. He officially started cultivating around 2 months ago, and now, he had already reached the last step of the 1st stage from opening his heart aperture. It happened in a rather short amount of time. That's only because your luck isn't bad, Venerable White said with a smile. It was all thanks to you, Senior, Song Shuhang replied subconsciously. In this time he had stayed together with Senior White, he had freeloaded a lot of his luck. Venerable White laughed and continued, therefore, the first 2 volumes of the 33 Divine Beasts technique are very suitable for you. Even if the pseudo-innate true qi might not be as good as the wisp of innate true qi inherited from the mother's body, it should still allow you to increase your cultivation speed by more than 30% before you reach the 3rd stage realm. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up, becoming 200W light bulbs. The 33 Divine Beasts technique seemed quite good. Impossible! Whale 8 said at this time. The 33 Divine Beasts technique we practice can't produce innate true qi. Those are only baseless rumors spread by outsiders. Venerable White asked, you didn't condense the pseudo-innate true qi? Whale 8 shook his head. Let alone he, none of the members of the organization condensed that pseudo-innate true qi or whatever its name was. Venerable White stared at him for a while and said, I didn't think that the heritage of the 33 Divine Beast sect would turn out to be this lacking. After pointing with his finger at Whale 8 and making him faint, he replied, since it goes by the name of 33 Divine Beasts technique, it's either formed by 33 different types of techniques or external objects such as magical treasures. Too bad that Whale 8 had already fainted and couldn't hear him. Also, what happened to the 33 Divine Beast sect? How can their heritage be this lacking? Even their signature technique was passed down in an incomplete state, Venerable White muttered. In that case, we can't get our hands on the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Song Shuhang asked. Don't worry. We'll have a better understanding of the situation after I catch their companions. Even if their inheritance is incomplete, as long as the parts regarding the first and second stage are intact, it's not a problem. After all, you only need this technique to develop that pseudo-innate true qi. As for me, I want to take a look at it and see if I can get some inspiration to perfect my own cultivation technique, Venerable White said. His own cultivation technique. Does it mean that Venerable White didn't receive his technique from his ancestors, but he created it from scratch? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Around an hour later, a guest suddenly arrived on the lone island. However, it wasn't Wolf One or the other members of the 33 Divine Beast sect. Under the scorching sun, a man wearing a cowboy hat, a sleeveless white undershirt, and jean shorts was pulling along a heavy pushcart, dashing about madly on the surface of the sea. His muscles were like marble, and sweat was dripping from his bronze-colored skin. Although the sea was agitated and 10 meters tall waves would appear from time to time, this man wearing a cowboy hat was rushing forward and breaking through the waves like it was nothing, directly heading toward the lone island. After the man got a bit closer, Song Shuhang saw that there were two flag-shaped objects on the heavy pushcart he was pulling along. The flag on the left had the following words inscribed on it: copper or iron trigrams. In the time it takes to say a word, I've already predicted 1 billion things. While the ones on the right flag were, divination after divination, I've become the great immortal master of myriad divinatory trigrams. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Senior White, someone is coming, Song Shuhang said. Don't worry, it's a person from our side, Venerable White said with a smile. Someone from our side? The man wearing a cowboy hat stepped on the island and took off his hat, waving at Song Shuhang. Hello, little friend Shuhang. Song Shuhang looked at the man before his eyes in puzzlement. Do I know this guy? You didn't recognize me, huh? The man grinned and pointed toward the flags on the pushcart. Look at those. Can you guess my identity now? Copper or iron trigrams, divination after divination. Great Immortal Master, wait. Your Senior Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang had an epiphany. He recalled the second-in-command of the Death Seeker army, below only thrice reckless Mad Saber, Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Aha, it is precisely me. Immortal Master Copper Trigram laughed heartily. Senior Copper Trigram, what are you doing here? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Moreover, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's appearance was completely different from what he had imagined. Although Copper Trigram was known as a shady fortune teller, Song Shuhang thought that he would still look like one. But this man wearing a cowboy hat standing before his eyes resembled a stocky field worker and was nothing like a fortune teller. Immortal Master Copper Trigram laughed and turned around. Afterward, he grabbed a medicinal paste from the pushcart and handed it over to Song Shuhang. Fellow Deus Medicine Master told me to give you this medicinal paste while I was at it. Here, take it. Translator's thoughts. God brandy 3/8 for this week. ______. Discord channel, https://discord.gg/J3TTUHB. ______. The base release rate is 7 ch a week, and we'll release an increasing number of chapters according to our rank in the power ranking as following. Top 9 plus 1 chapter, 8 a week. Top 8 plus 1 chapter, 9 week. Top 7 plus 1 chapter, 10 a week. Top 6 plus 1 chapter, 11 week. Top 5 plus 1 chapter, 12 a week. Top 4 plus 1 chapter, 13 a week. Top 3 plus 1 chapter, 14 a week. Top 2 plus 1 chapter, 15 a week. Top 1 plus 1 chapter, 16 a week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, What is the opposite of luck in love? Anxiously waiting for a reply? Chapter 331. What is the opposite of luck in love? Anxiously waiting for a reply. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Venerable White asked, Medicine Master didn't come in person? Previously, he had contacted Medicine Master, who said that he would rush over as soon as possible. How did it suddenly change to getting someone to send the medicine over? Immortal Master Copper Trigram stopped his handcart and shrugged before replying, I'm not sure. I only received fellow Daoist Medicine Master's request and brought the medicine needed to treat the injuries on my way. When I'm done, I'll also help him take the test subjects back for him. I guess that. Fellow Daoist Medicine Master probably had some important last-minute experiment to do, or he might have had a sudden inspiration that he had to verify immediately. I see. Venerable White nodded. Based on his personality of being a passionate and crazy researcher, it was definitely possible. Song Shuhang reached out for the medicinal paste. Senior Copper Trigram, how do I use this paste? Venerable White described Miss Chu's wounds to Medicine Master very clearly. This paste is very easy to use, just applying it directly onto her chest will do. The paste is specially made by Medicine Master. After applying the paste, a month or so is all you need for her injuries to start recovering bit by bit. 2 months later, I guarantee that she would be able to move and jump around without any sequelae, replied Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Apply it onto her chest? Miss Chu's chest had been pressed tightly, changing from its original S-shape to that of a surfboard. Song Shuhang held the paste in his hand and looked to his side. Senior White, the small monk, as well as Dudu, a senior, a child, and an animal. Comparing to himself, they were more suitable candidates to apply the paste on Miss Chu. In that case, he decided to ask them if they were willing to do it. If they rejected him, then he would do it. Song Shuhang asked, Senior, Guegui, Dudu, is any one of you willing to apply the paste on Miss Chu? I can't touch the naked body of a female benefactor. Guegui placed his palms together with a serious look on his face and even called out Buddha's name. I, Dudu, already have a wife. I can't do such a thing, said Dudu earnestly, speaking of which, he hadn't gone online for a couple of days, who knows if other people in the game were bullying his wife. Then let me do it. This time, Venerable White smiled and took the paste from Song Shuhang's hand and walked towards Miss Chu. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Little friend Shuhang, you missed an opportunity to save a damsel in distress, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said straightforwardly and laughed. If you applied the paste on Miss Chu, and she happened to open her eyes to witness the bashful moment, for all you know, a new couple might be formed just like that. Song Shuhang was speechless. Based on your expression, do you not trust my words? Immortal Master Copper Trigram knitted his brows. Let me tell you, there is a pink aura emitting from your forehead. Just by looking at your face, I can tell you have luck in love. I have luck in love? It can't be right. Senior Copper Trigram's divination should be read in reverse, and in that case, there's a problem. What's the opposite of luck in love? Love calamity? Love misfortune? At this time, Dudu raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Thereafter, its dog eye suddenly lit up. Woof woof, there is indeed some color within the space between your eyebrows. However, it's jet black, like ink. Speaking of which, Copper Trigram, just how colorblind are you that you mistook jet black for pink? Woof? Dudu paused, and said, Shuhang, you gotta be more careful when you go out, when you speak or run errands, pay extra attention to details. For all you know, you might get killed by someone. Song Shuhang was speechless. So the opposite of luck in love was actually having a black aura around the space between your brows and having extremely bad luck? How is this possible? I clearly saw pink, it is very obvious. Little friend Shuhang, stand properly. I'll execute a technique and reveal the love-related nature of that aura on your forehead. After saying this much, Immortal Master Copper Trigram stretched his hand out and performed a hand seal, pointing toward Song Shuhang's forehead from afar. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's forehead lit up slightly. Thereafter, a pitch-black fog started rolling over his forehead. Dudu rolled his eyes. It's just pitch black, there isn't the slightest tinge of pink, and don't try to say that I'm colorblind, I haven't been since the day I opened my eye aperture. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was puzzled. Strange, it's indeed black, but earlier I clearly saw a tinge of pink? Senior Dudu, Senior Copper Trigram, there is indeed a tinge of pink in the midst of darkness. In that place. The small monk pointed at the edge of the light emitting from Song Shuhang's forehead. There was a tinge of pink that could easily be overlooked. Dudu opened his eyes wide and looked at Song Shuhang's forehead. There really is. What does that mean? Love Calamity asked Song Shuhang out of concern and worry. He was considering whether or not to keep himself close to Senior White in the following days to freeload his luck. Love Calamity? Don't be so optimistic, Immortal Master Copper Trigram answered. Luck that is associated with such darkness and a tinge of pink should mean that if you got unlucky, it would be the worst kind ever. Additionally, the bad luck might possibly be related to women. In any case, for now, you need to keep a distance from females. Senior, are you fortune-telling now? Song Shuhang asked cautiously. If this was Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divination, he could consider looking at it from a different point of view. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he was pretty lucky? No, I was just trying to explain the meaning of this aura that appeared on your forehead. But why not? Since I'm in a good mood today, I can do some divinations for you, free of charge. After finishing his sentence, Immortal Master Copper Trigram turned around and fished for something from his handcart. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang said gratefully. From a different angle, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divinations were pretty accurate, you just needed to view them in reverse. Immortal Master Copper Trigram laughed, feeling pleased with himself. He then took out a tortoise shell as well as 3 copper coins that he stuffed into the shell. He shook tortoise shell and the 3 copper coins were thrown out, landing on the ground. Song Shuhang had no knowledge or understanding of divinations, so all he did was look at Immortal Master Copper Trigram mysteriously staring at the 3 copper coins. Senior, is it ominous, or is it auspicious? He carefully asked, hoping in his heart that it would be extremely ominous. Extremely ominous. It was better if it was G-cup level ominous. The corner of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's mouth twitched and he lifted his head, clenching his teeth to force a smile, and said, auspicious. Song Shuhang's face immediately stiffened. I'm dead, it's ominous. Immortal Master Copper Trigram coughed twice and gave him a thumbs up, then said in all seriousness, this is an auspicious divination, one pertaining to love. Little friend Shuhang, do pay attention to the girls around you, such as Miss Chu. If you had applied the paste on her chest, for all you know, you two might already be a couple. PFFFF tilde Dudu laughed so hard he drooled all over the place. I understand, Senior. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth. For now, I definitely will not come in contact with any girls. Don't act like that, little friend Shuhang. You must have been brainwashed by those guys in the group. You must not trust their words, especially those of that guy, Northern River's loose cultivator. My divinations are actually rather accurate. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was practically outrightly reluctant to admit the truth. Yes, I trust you, Senior. Song Shuhang tried his best to force a smile and decided that for this period of time, he would not leave Senior White's side and follow him closely wherever he would go, and that he would never, ever come in contact with any girls. At least, till after the darkness around his forehead had disappeared. Eh? Senior Brother Shuhang's forehead is that black and yet he still has good luck with women? The small monk did not know the nature of his divinations, he kept a straight face and pondered earnestly before saying, a shady fortune teller? Dudu hurriedly reached out his hand to cover the small monk's mouth and said, Kid, don't casually say the truth. Copper Trigram, children's words carry no harm, don't take it to heart. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was speechless. He suddenly felt very depressed. He clearly spoke the truth about what he calculated and was honest in his explanations. Should he have lied instead? Could it be that it was not possible for a sincere and honest person to exist on this earth? Song Shuhang forced a laugh and tried to change the topic of the conversation. Whom? Speaking of which, Senior Copper Trigram, you said you came here while on the way somewhere. So, was there something you needed to do? It is something that causes me much sadness. Immortal Master Copper Trigram let out a long sigh and said, actually, even though I said I was just passing by, the truth is that I specially came to look for you guys. Song Shuhang, Dudu, and the small monk wore the same puzzled look on their faces. I have a disciple, Immortal Master Copper Trigram started telling the story with a sad look on his face. Dudu raised his paw and interrupted Immortal Master Copper Trigram. I know, you're talking about that Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram in the group chat. That should be the account of your disciple. I heard about it from stupid Yellow Mountain. Don't interrupt. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said sternly. Or else, I will calculate an auspicious divination for you every day. Dudu immediately shrunk back and acted cute by sticking his tongue out. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior Copper Trigram, by threatening Dudu like that, it feels as though you do realize that you are a shady fortune teller. After threatening Dudu, Immortal Master Copper Trigram continued to lament. The problem is, a few days ago, I suddenly got excited and calculated a divination for that boy. What happened after that? The small monk Guegua continued the conversation. It was a very good divination, extremely auspicious. It was the best divination I ever calculated in my life. Immortal Master Copper Trigram sighed sorrowfully. The best divination in his entire life. F*CK, that's some serious stuff. Song Shuhang and Dudu thought to themselves. Thereafter, my beloved disciple Iron Trigram was panic-stricken, and immediately went into secluded meditation and did not dare to step out at all, locking himself at the venue. Immortal Master Copper Trigram sighed deeply. Since it was an incredibly auspicious divination, why would he be frightened? The small monk asked innocently, not knowing the shadier nature of Copper Trigram's divinations. The corner of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's mouth twitched and he agonized for a while before saying, since the day I started up till now, none of the divinations I calculated were accurate. The small monk stiffened and then put his palms together and said in a serious manner, Benefactor, please restrain your grief. Dudu was puzzled and asked, Copper Trigram, could it be that you came to find us because there's something you need us to help you with? Song Shuhang suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, is it about Venerable White? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Soft Feather, the signal isn't too good here. Can you send it into the group chat so that I can download it later? Chapter 332, Soft Feather, the signal isn't too good here. Can you send it into the group chat so that I can download it later? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Little friend Song Shuhang, your guess is correct. I was thinking of borrowing Senior White's incredible luck to help Iron Trigram survive his calamity. After saying this much, Immortal Master Copper Trigram sighed and added, for this disciple of mine, I even mustered my courage and came here to meet Senior White in person. According to Immortal Master Copper Trigram's words, coming here to meet Senior White was something that only valiant and fearless people could do. Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, Senior Copper Trigram, are you planning to invite Senior White over to your place? If you were to put it like this, it almost felt as though Venerable White was a walking evil warding talisman. Do I want to invite Senior White over to my place? After imaging the scene, Copper Trigram's face immediately turned pale. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke in a low voice, Little friend Shuhang, since you've been with Venerable White for a while, I need to ask you a question. Senior Copper Trigram, go ahead, Song Shuhang said with a nod. He probably wants to ask whether or not Venerable White can control his charm. It seems that all the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group want to know about this matter. I see. Now then, do you find that girl from the Chu family attractive? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked in a low voice. This question was rather random, and there was no way someone could have predicted it. Luckily, Song Shuhang's brain had become very adept at dealing with unpredictable things, Wait, why has my brain become adept at dealing with unpredictable stuff? Song Shuhang was a bit confused. Anyway, regardless of what happened, his brain had undergone a power-up and was now capable of adapting to completely random questions. Therefore, he promptly replied, "Yes, that girl from the Chu family is indeed attractive. Now, let me ask you another question. Earlier, why did you refuse to apply the medicinal paste on her body?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked once again in a low voice. "Why I refused? Because Venerable White, Dudu, and the small monk were all more suitable than me to apply the medicinal paste. The dignity of a woman was at stake, and if it was possible to avoid misunderstandings, it was better to do so." Song Shuhang replied after pondering for a moment. Immortal Master Copper Trigram commented, "Cough, little friend Shuhang is the best friend every girl would want to have." The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. "Senior, don't casually put the friend zone label on me. I might get offended." "Ahaha." Immortal Master Copper Trigram made a hollow laugh and held his chin. It seemed he was satisfied with this answer. Still, it was unknown what conclusion he had reached after asking those two questions earlier. "Anyway, I'm not in a rush, so I'll stay on the island for another 2 days. I can decide later whether or not I should invite Venerable White to my place," Immortal Master Copper Trigram muttered. Right at this time, Dudu poked Song Shuhang and said, "Shuhang, I feel that Copper Trigram is getting a wrong idea of your character and putting you in a very weird category." Song Shuhang. After hearing Dudu's words, Copper Trigram made a hollow laugh and changed the topic of the conversation. "Ahaha, speaking of which, little friend Shuhang, when did you mail that language professor to fellow Day's 7 Lives talisman to help him teach the natives?" "Eh? I didn't send any language professor to Senior 7 Lives talisman." Song Shuhang was baffled. "What? You didn't? But fellow Day's 7 Lives talisman even thanked you in the group chat earlier for sending over a professor. He said you sent a university professor, as well as a bunch of assistants to help him out." Immortal Master Copper Trigram pulled out his smartphone. Copper Trigram's phone wasn't the type you would find on the market. It was either a custom-made smartphone or a magically modified one. After taking the smartphone out, Immortal Master Copper Trigram pulled an antenna out of the phone. The antenna allowed him to get signal and go into the 9 Provinces #1 group. Next, he scrolled through the chat logs until he reached Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's messages, showing them to Song Shuhang. The conversation started with Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman tagging the user stressed by a mountain of books. Next, he expressed his gratitude to Song Shuhang for sending over that language professor. A university language professor? As well as a bunch of assistants as a complimentary gift? How did Senior 7 Lives Talisman conclude that it was me who sent these people over to his place? From the looks of it, there can be only one possibility. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. It all started when the plane I boarded entered the mysterious island, and although I don't have any memory of what happened there, when I left the island, I suddenly appeared in the sky. In this case, the other passengers on the plane might have ended up on Senior 7 Lives Talisman's island. To send them directly from the East China Sea to the Pacific Ocean, the mysterious island really put some effort into it, didn't it? Anyway, I have to contact Senior 7 Lives Talisman as soon as possible. After all, Gao Mumu, Tubo, and the others were also on the plane. Senior Copper Trigram, can you lend me your phone for a moment and let me go online? I need to log in into my account and reply, Song Shuhang asked. His phone wasn't modified and couldn't get any signal on this small island. He also needed to find a way to obtain a modified phone like Copper Trigram. Sure, no problem, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said as he fiddled with the phone a bit, logging out of his account. Song Shuhang took the phone and went to the login interface, inserting his username and password. In the next instant, stressed by a mountain of books, got online. The only problem was that the speed of the internet connection was rather slow. However, the fact that he could get signal on this small island in the middle of the East China Sea was already a miracle. As soon as he got online, he received several notifications. The first one was the daily news notification from the app. July 15th, yesterday. An airplane headed toward the East China Sea lost contact with the air traffic control. There were a total of 172 passengers on the plane, as well as 7 members of the flight crew. The concerned institutions have already started to take action in the hope of locating the position of the plane to rescue the passengers. This is the plane we boarded. Song Shuhang forced a smile. At this time, the government and the relatives of the passengers had to be incredibly worried. However, it was unlikely for the authorities to find any wreckage. All the passengers were now on an island in the Pacific Island, and if they kept looking around the place the plane disappeared, they wouldn't find anything even if they kept searching for their whole lives. This news was published not too long ago. I must contact my parents as soon as possible and let them know that I'm fine, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Next, he saw Soft Feather's message. When he opened the chat, he discovered that she sent him a file sent in offline mode. Perhaps because his current signal wasn't too good, or perhaps because the format of the file wasn't correct, the name of the file had changed into a series of asterisks and random letters. Song Shuhang clicked on it, trying to download it. However, the download kept getting interrupted after a few seconds. I can't download it. Perhaps there are problems with the format Soft Feather used. Song Shuhang replied by writing the following message: Soft Feather, what did you send? The signal here isn't too good, and I can't download the file. Soft Feather just happened to be online. Therefore, she quickly replied, Oh. Senior Song, you're finally online. I sent you an expression package I personally made. It's a very cute package, and I decided to send it to you as soon as possible. If you didn't receive it, I can send it again. Sure, go ahead. Song Shuhang nodded. Soft Feather fiddled with her phone and quickly sent the file again. Song Shuhang clicked and accepted the data transfer. But as before, the name of the file was a series of random letters. As soon as he accepted, the speed of the download was very high. But when it reached halfway, it suddenly stopped again. The download failed. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, eh? The download failed? How is that possible? Stressed by a mountain of books, the signal here isn't too good. I'm currently on a small island in the middle of the East China Sea. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, on a small island in the East China Sea. Senior Song, are you on the mysterious island? Stressed by a mountain of books, I'm not. I'm with Senior White and the others. We casually chose this small island to stop over and rest. As for the mysterious island, I think I just returned from that place, but I don't remember anything about what happened there. It seems my memories have been sealed. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Pat Pat. Senior Song, restrain your grief. Perhaps Senior Medicine Master will find a way to solve this matter related to the memory loss. Senior Song, you mustn't lose hope and fall into despair. Song Shuhang laughed and quickly sent another message. It would be cool if I could get those memories back, but I don't think it will be easy to break the seal. Afterward, he wrote yet another message. Soft Feather, if you can't send the expression package through the private chat, can you send it via email or directly in the group space? Once I return home, I can just download it from there. Since it was only an expression package, Song Shuhang didn't think too much of it. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, in the group space? You can also send it via email. Whichever you prefer. Song Shuhang said with a smile. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I feel that this expression package is really cute. Sending it in the group space and allowing everyone to see it would be very cool, Soft Feather wrote. Song Shuhang smiled. Soft Feather had such a lovely disposition. After creating this beautiful expression package, she wanted to share it with everyone. What a good girl. In that case, it was better to have the file sent into the group space so that everyone could see it. In that case, you can upload it in the group space. I can download it from there later. Anyway, I need to ask Senior 7 Lives Talisman something. See you later. Song Shuhang even attached a grinning emoji. Later Tilda? Soft Feather also sent a smiling emoji. Song Shuhang closed the private chat with soft feather and returned to the 9 Provinces #1 group. He clicked on Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's name and sent him a private message. Senior 7 Lives Talisman, are you there? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly replied, Little friend Song Shuhang, you're finally online. Thank you for mailing over that university professor, as well as those assistants. Ahaha, I asked Senior Copper Trigram to lend me his phone to get online. How can I explain it? Although there seems to have been a small misunderstanding, I asked Senior 7 Lives Talisman to look after my friends, Song Shuhang wrote after pondering for a moment. For the time being, it was better to let Jiao Mumu and the others stay with Senior 7 Lives Talisman. Later he would find a real language professor that could keep teaching the natives on the island how to read and write and sent them over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Senior White's Expression Package Flying Off the Shelves. Chapter 333, Senior White's Expression Package Flying Off the Shelves. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Don't worry. I'll make them feel as though they were at home, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with a smile. After all, he had to rely on the professor and the others to instruct the natives and complete the oath about teaching illiterate people how to write and read. Therefore, he was surely going to treat them well. I see. In that case, I'll leave everything to you. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and also wrote, Senior 7 Lives Talisman, is there a way to contact the outside world from that place? If possible, could you let my friends and everyone else call home and tell their relatives that they're safe and sound? Since the news about the disappearance of the plane was already made public, the relatives of the passengers had to be incredibly worried. If possible, Song Shuhang wanted them to call their relatives at home and tell them they were safe. Tell their relatives that they are safe and sound? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman paused for a moment and replied, you have a point. Since they're going to stay on the island for a while, it would be a good thing to let them keep in touch with their family members so as to avoid them getting worried. Anyway, leave it to me. I'll find a way to install a public telephone or something to let everyone contact their relatives. I'll trouble Senior 7 Lives Talisman then. Song Shuhang attached a smiling emoji to the message. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. For now, he could help his friends only in this way. After the conversation was over, he logged out from his account. Senior Copper Trigram, can I make a call? Song Shuhang asked Copper Trigram. Sure, Copper Trigram said with a smile. Thank you. Song Shuhang quickly dialed Mama Song's number. Soon after, the call connected. Hello, who is it? Mama Song's weak voice transmitted from the other end. The news about the disappearance of the airplane was already public. It didn't take them long to discover that it was the same flight that Shuhang had boarded. The couple was extremely worried and dialed Song Shuhang's number several times. But no matter how much they tried, the call didn't connect. The authorities had started to take action not too long ago, and the strangest thing was that the plane had disappeared into thin air without leaving behind any traces. Mama Song was so worried that she had cried several times already. Ma, it's me. Shuhang. Song Shuhang said. As soon as his voice faded, the sound of something falling to the ground transmitted from the other end. Afterward, Mama Song shouted, Shuhang? Is it really you? Where are you now, and why weren't you picking up your phone? And to whom belongs this phone number full of asterisks? Phone number full of asterisks? Oh, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's phone must have private mode activated and the phone number should be obscured. Song Shuhang tried to comfort his mother. Ma, calm down. I'm perfectly fine, nothing happened to me. Not only me, all the other passengers on the plane are also fine. As for why I wasn't picking up, it was due to the lack of signal. I borrowed a special phone from a friend to make this call. Anyway, I'm staying with my friends for a couple of days before returning home. You'll return in a couple of days? Where are you now? Can't you return immediately? Mama Song said, somewhat worried. Song Shuhang continued to comfort her. I'm somewhere in the East China Sea. But you don't have to worry, my friends are really resourceful and I'm sure they'll find a way to get me out of this place. I just wanted to tell you that I'm safe and sound. Only after comforting Mama Song for a long time was Shuhang able to calm her. After hanging up, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief and returned the phone to Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Thank you, Senior Copper Trigram. Now, his family members wouldn't have to worry about his safety. He was lucky that Senior Copper Trigram was here. This allowed him to give Mama Song and Papa Song a call. Immortal Master Copper Trigram took his phone back and said with a smile, "You're welcome." Right. Senior, where did you get this phone that can get signal even on this remote island? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. If possible, he also wanted a phone like this. He had a hunch that he would frequently find himself in places where normal phones wouldn't have signal in the future. I got this phone from True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Actually, most of the fellow Taoists in the group chat got their special custom-made phones from him. Of course, some of them modified their phones on their own, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said with a smile. Song Shuhang silently nodded. Just as they were speaking, Venerable White came over. He had just applied the medicinal paste on Chu Chu's wounds and happened to hear Song Shuhang's question about modified phones as he was coming over. Shuhang, you want a modified phone? In that case, I'll modify yours once we go back, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, eh? Senior White, you can modify phones? Venerable White took out his magically changed mobile phone and dangled it in front of Shuhang. It was very easy. I fiddled with it for a while and puff, it was modified. As for how many phones he broke while fiddling with them for a while, it was a trade secret. Song Shuhang gave him a thumbs up. Senior White is incredible. Immortal Master Copper Trigram also gave a thumbs up and said, Senior White is worthy of being our senior. Venerable White received his phone, his face calm. Senior White, did Miss Chu Chu get better after you applied the medicinal paste on her wounds? Song Shuhang asked. The effects of that medicinal paste weren't bad. Her wounds have already started to heal, and she should fully recover in around a month. However, she won't be able to participate in the battle on the grievance settling platform, Venerable White said. We've already done everything in our power. As for that matter about the grievance settling platform, there is nothing we can do. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. Afterward, he added, Senior White, should we go to Senior Seven Lives Talisman's place next? There is no hurry, our guests have yet to arrive, Venerable White said with a smile. Wolf 1, Bull 2, and the other members of the 33 Divine Beast sect were rushing over toward their position. Therefore, Venerable White wanted to greet them properly, as well as get a hold of their 33 Divine Beasts technique. He was very interested in it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the Chu family, Softfeather was sitting on the lawn, speedily typing on her laptop. The Chu family had made up its mind and decided to settle the matter with the illusory sword schools on the grievance settling platform. As a consequence, both parties were extremely busy preparing for the matches that would be held there. Although Softfeather wanted to help, she wasn't a member of the Chu family and was therefore unable to fight on their behalf on the grievance settling platform. What a troublesome situation, if only Senior Song were here. My shape-shifting brooch is still with him, with that brooch, I might be able to replace elder sister Chu Chunying and fight in her stead, Softfeather muttered. If she were to go on stage, except for the strongest elder of the illusory sword school, no one would be able to defeat her. Just as she was in deep thoughts, she pressed the enter key. Done, upload completed, Softfeather said with a smile. She seemed very pleased with herself. In the 9 Provinces #1 group, just as Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Dharma King Creation, and the others were chatting, they suddenly received a notification. Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather had uploaded a file named Senior White's Expression Package in the group space. Senior White's Expression Package? What's that? Is it related to Venerable White? Northern River's Loose Cultivator was the first one reply. Next, he went in the group space to take a look. He saw that there was a newly uploaded file. The name of this file was Senior White's Expression Package, and it had been downloaded 12 times. This many? I clicked as soon as the notification appeared, and there are already 12 fellow Taoists that downloaded the file. Northern River's Loose Cultivator sighed. The higher the strength of a cultivator, the higher would be their reaction time. These 12 fellow Taoists were probably all stronger than Northern River's Loose Cultivator. From the high number of downloads, one could see that were many seniors lurking in the group, ready to get into action if something interesting were to happen. Northern River's Loose Cultivator quietly clicked on the download button, further increasing the number of downloads of the file Softfeather had sent. After the file was decompressed, the app imported all the pictures in the folder in the form of emotes. Immediately after, Northern River's Loose Cultivator clicked on the expression package and started to scroll through it. In the next instant, he was shocked. What the? Northern River's Loose Cultivator looked at the set of emotes before his eyes. A venerable white with symmetrical twin tails pointing his fingers toward his cheeks. There was also this glittering line, "I feel very cute today." A twin-tailed venerable white with one tail on top of his head and the other behind his ear with the glittering words, "I'm adorable." Next was a ponytail edition venerable white with his hands joined together, "Pray." As well as a hair-up edition venerable white with 2 pink dots photoshopped on his cheeks, "Shy." Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. There were many types of pictures: a sad-looking senior white, a cold-sweating senior white, a senior white looking down on others, a senior white giving his blessings, an angry senior white, and so on, for a total of almost 60 different pictures. After seeing these pictures, Northern River's Loose Cultivator felt as though his body had been purified. Is this what they call baptism of the soul? Northern River's Loose Cultivator returned to the 9 Provinces #1 group and wrote, "Softfeather, you did an incredible job." As soon as he sent the message, many other fellow Taoists popped out one after another. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, "Softfeather, you did an incredible job." +1 inch. Dharma King Creation, "Softfeather, you did an incredible job." +2 inch. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the next instant, Fairy Lychee popped up and wrote, "I also feel very cute today, @senior_white_cute." Fairy Lychee spammed like crazy the emote where Senior White was acting cute and flooded the entire chat. Fairy Lychee, I love these pictures. I've decided. I'll change my profile picture to Twin Tails Edition, Senior_white_cute. It's better if none of you try to steal this avatar from me. She didn't waste time, and in the next instant, Fairy Lychee's profile picture changed into a Twin Tails Edition Senior White that was pointing his fingers toward his cheeks. Fairy Lychee's actions seemed to have started a chain reaction. The other people in the group didn't waste time and also made their moves. I'll book the Ponytail Edition Praying Senior White. You better not steal it while I change my profile picture. Angry Senior White is the best. I want this as a profile picture. This one isn't bad either. I want this one. In the blink of an eye, all the 30 or so members of the group chat that were particularly active changed their profile pictures, using Senior White's pictures as avatars. In the next moment, the 9 Provinces #1 group suddenly changed into an army of Senior Whites. In a mere instant, the Senior White's expression package became extremely popular in the 9 Provinces #1 group. After changing their profile picture, the members of the group chat started to fight with emotes. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Fairy Lychee, you look very cute today, Senior_white_adorable. Fairy Lychee, Senior_white_shy. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, fellow Deus Thrice Reckless, Senior_white_look_down. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Senior_white_sad. Even Great Master Profound Principle stealthily sent a Senior_white_cold_sweat emote. Northern River's Loose Cultivator looked at the fellow Taoists in the group going crazy over Senior White's pictures and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt that these fellow Taoists were playing with fire. Were they all trying to seek death? But as they say, the law excuses the masses. If everyone were seeking death, perhaps no one would die? After thinking for a moment, Northern River's loose cultivator quietly changed his profile picture to senu_white_look_down. He felt that this emote was very cool. Now that he had changed his profile picture, whenever he would chat with immortal Master Copper Trigram, he would feel as though he was continuously looking down on him. A truly wonderful feeling. In the time it took Northern River's loose cultivator to change his profile picture, more than 999 messages were sent in the group chat. They are worthily cultivators. Their typing speed is very quick, Northern River's loose cultivator muttered. Just he was sighing with emotion, True Monarch Yellow Mountain showed up. After appearing, True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent grinning emoji, as well as a big-sized senu_white_cute. Now then, there is something I'm very curious about. Whose are those two hands in the picture? At Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, was it you who took this photo? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked with a smile. At this time, everyone discovered that there was indeed a pair of withdrawing hands in the picture where Twintails Edition Senior White was pointing his finger toward his cheeks. You wouldn't notice those two hands unless you were to look carefully. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's eyesight was pretty good. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Soft Feather just happened to be lurking around. She didn't expect that the Senior White's expression package she sent in the group chat would become this famous. She sent it only a few minutes ago, and now, the entire 9 Provinces #1 group was filled with Senior White's emotes. Since the founder of the group had summoned her, Soft Feather popped out and, somewhat embarrassed, said, I took most of these pictures. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent a thumbs up emoji. Not bad. Both her ability to take photos and courage were excellent. But whose hands are those? They should belong to the person messing with Senior White's hair, right? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked out of curiosity. Which fellow Daoist was so daring and didn't care about offending a Venerable? Moreover, this person was bold enough to make Venerable White assume all kinds of embarrassing poses as well as mess with his hair, making him wear all those different hairstyles. This was simply a death-seeking behavior. If this were a TV show, such a character wouldn't last for more than 3 episodes. Those are Senior Song's hands, Soft Feather said, somewhat embarrassed. As expected, it was little friend Song Shuhang, all the seniors in the group secretly thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334 A Lady Onion, Where's Your Upper Body? Chapter 334 A Lady Onion, Where's Your Upper Body? Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Since it's little friend Shuhang, perhaps he can struggle and stay alive for a few more episodes. 1. True Monarch Yellow Mountain pinched his chin, mumbling to himself. After all, little friend Shuhang was different from the fellow Taoists that welcomed Venerable White the previous times. HMPH, that little kid. I bet he can live 2 more episodes at most, said the being next to True Monarch Yellow Mountain with disdain. Its appearance was as beautiful as that of an angel, boasting 6 wings on the back and radiating holy light from the entire body. It was none other than True Monarch White Crane, who was very popular in the West. True Monarch White Crane possessed the bloodline left behind by a mythological beast from ancient times. That species had no gender when they emerged from their eggs. Only when they found the true love of their life, as well as signed something similar to a marriage contract, would their gender change into the opposite of their love interest. If their true love was a male, they would become female. If their true love was a female, they would become male. This was a species that allowed the true freedom of love, surpassing the boundaries of gender and species. Truth be told, it was not an easy feat for such bloodline to continue into the present day. Note, even though True Monarch White Crane had already found the desired partner of its life, it had not signed any special marriage contract, hence it was still in a genderless state. True Monarch Yellow Mountain laughed, not refuting True Monarch White Crane's words. True Monarch White Crane swiped on its own tablet and the interface of the 9 Provinces Number 1 group appeared on the screen. After it travelled till here from the faraway west, it discovered that Venerable White had been added to the 9 Provinces Number 1 group. Therefore, it thickened its face and asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain to add itself to the group too. True Monarch White Crane's ID in the group was found that little white crane at the edge of the Earth's end. It seemed like an ID with a backstory. And at this time, it carefully stored the Senior White's expression package on its tablet and used a program to export each picture within it before saving all of them into a document. True Monarch White Crane looked very satisfied. It kept looking at the almost 60 pictures of Venerable White over and over again. Every time it saw a picture, a blissful look would appear on its face. "This is awesome, just like paradise," True Monarch White Crane muttered. When True Monarch Yellow Mountain saw what happened, goosebumps appeared on his arms. Sometimes, he felt that hardcore fans could be rather scary, because one wouldn't even know if their fans would enlarge one's pictures and hang them onto their wall, staring at them while fantasizing. "Ahem, White Crane, you came all the way here just to be added to the group?" asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain. If it really wanted to be added to the group, it could have just called or sent a 1,000-mile sound transmission. "Of course it's not as simple as just joining the group," True Monarch White Crane said with a serious look on its face. "The main reason why I came here is to report about the aftermath of the previous matter that I dealt with for Senior White." "The previous matter? Oh, are you talking about the incident regarding Instructor Li Shihua? Don't tell me there are new developments." True Monarch Yellow Mountain thought of that flight instructor. "It's not just the Instructor Li Shihua's incident, there's also the issue regarding the space station. There aren't many developments, and I have already dealt with the matter appropriately." True Monarch White Crane sighed with emotion as it said, Instructor Li Shihua's issue was rather easy to deal with. Even though he was on air on national television, as long as the astronaut Anthony safely went back, I could use the media and officials to spread the message and erase all issues caused by Instructor Li Shihua's appearance bit by bit. Hence, the Western community assumed that Instructor Li Shihua's appearance was a one-time collaboration with the Chinese. Speaking of which, after he got brought back by you guys, how did it go? True Monarch Yellow Mountain shrugged and said, "Recently, I was preparing to increase my realm. I had no time to concern myself with Instructor Li Shihua." But according to Zhu Li's report, Venerable White erased his memories once more and sent him back to the aviation training center. Later on, I sent someone to take care of him, allowing him to get back on track and help him live an ordinary life. There shouldn't be any huge problems. The person he sent to take care of Li Shihua was an expert at cleaning up the mess made by others. He was of the same rank as Zhu Li. Every time one of his fellow Daoist friends stirred some trouble, he would send that subordinate to deal with it. For example, not long ago, when a fellow Daoist came out of secluded meditation, he destroyed 19 monster beasts called Okars. It was that subordinate who settled everything perfectly back then. That's good, but the memories of Instructor Li Shihua got erased too many times in such a short period of time. For all you know, it might have a huge impact on his brain. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. It will have to depend on his own fortune. Also, I had been dealing with a huge hole in the space station recently, and it took me much effort to fix it. Both incidents have been resolved perfectly. I'm going to prepare to report everything to Senior White, True Monarch White Crane said while clenching its fist. It had repeatedly brought up the thought of reporting that incident to Senior White. It seemed like it was doing it to boost its own morale. True Monarch Yellow Mountain secretly rolled his eyes. He had seen through it. White Crane wanted to find an excuse to get closer to Venerable White, but did not dare to approach the latter either, hence it was in a dilemma. I have to send this guy away, or it would definitely stay in my immortal cave and create trouble for me. Hurry and go. True Monarch Yellow Mountain thus said in a serious manner. You are just reporting details of what happened. You got this. You can definitely get it done well. True Monarch White Crane happily said to True Monarch Yellow Mountain, you think so too? Of course, you have dealt with the incident very well. For all you know, Venerable White might even praise you. True Monarch Yellow Mountain used all his strength to pat True Monarch White Crane's shoulder. Cheap people were usually difficult to deal with. Indeed, it was better to send him to Venerable White's place. Or else, if it were to linger in his immortal cave and get in his way, how would he train in peace to increase his realm? Then I will go look for Senior White. True Monarch White Crane's wings trembled with excitement. True Monarch Yellow Mountain once again used all his strength to pat White Crane's shoulder and said, "Get going, you'll succeed." Hence, True Monarch White Crane put its tablet away and flapped its wings, happily flying away from True Monarch Yellow Mountain's immortal cave. True Monarch Yellow Mountain secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the other side, on the small island in the East China Sea, Venerable White had not logged into the instant messaging program. He was currently setting up some trap formations near the island, which were used to prevent enemies from escaping. His targets were the disciples of the former 33 Divine Beast sect. As the saying went, even a wrecked boat had 3 nails still holding. For all you knew, those disciples of the 33 Divine Beast sect might have some magical treasures or techniques to escape in their possession. Venerable White planned to catch all of them in one go, not letting a single person run away. On the island, Immortal Master Copper Trigram stacked up an altar with stones, looking very mysterious. Song Shuhang could not decipher what he was up to. Hence, aboard Song Shuhang brought Dudu and the small monk to take a look at Miss Choo Choo. After applying the paste, Miss Choo Choo once again entered a deep slumber. She looked a lot better now, unlike before when her facial expression was twisted in pain. From the looks of it, the effects of Medicine Master's paste were legit and superb. Since Miss Choo Choo was still sleeping, Song Shuhang did not want to bother her. "Let's go, Dudu, little Guigua. Let's try to build a small house or something. From the looks of it, it might be possible that we'll have to spend the night on this island," said Song Shuhang. Venerable White was determined to acquire the secret technique of the 33 Divine Beast sect, and it was not known when Wolf One and company would arrive. It might even be possible that they'd actually rush over only by tomorrow. In any case, he had to try to set up a place that was decent enough for people to stay in. He did not want to use the ground as his bed and the sky as his blanket and spend the night in the outdoors. The small monk Guagua asked, "Senior Brother Shuhang, you know how to build a house?" "I don't." Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders. Dudu the Pekingese laughed coldly. "You're too useless. Watch me." Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. 5 minutes later, Dudu perfectly built an exquisite, little doghouse. Thereafter, it reduced its physical size and comfortably entered the cozy dog shelter. Saw that? It is a must-learn skill for running away from home. One has to learn how to build a nesting place so that you can shelter yourself from the rain and not be afraid of strong winds or the harsh sun. So, do you want to try coming in? Even though it's kinda small, I've laid hay on the ground. It's very comfortable, said Dudu with a straight face while inside the doghouse. Song Shuhang was speechless. Dudu, come out, I promise I won't beat you. At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram pulled his handcart, approaching from afar. From the looks of it, he had already finished stacking the stones. After approaching them, he asked, "Little friend Shuhang, what are you up to?" Song Shuhang explained, "We want to set up a place to sleep since we might end up spending the night here." Immortal Master Copper Trigram touched his chin and said, "I see, if you want a place to rest, perhaps I can provide you with some good stuff." As he was speaking, he turned around and fished around in his handcart. Very soon, he pulled out several large tents. "Here, make do with this. After opening it up, the tent will become quite big. There's even an inflatable bed inside, good enough for you to comfortably spend the night. Senior, your timely assistance is awesome. I like it." Song Shuhang gave him a thumbs up. Speaking of which, where did his habit of giving thumbs up come from? In the past he never had such a habit. Could he have picked it up on the mysterious island? Anyway, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's current look coupled with his clothes and handcart made him look like a street peddler instead of a fortune teller. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. With Immortal Master Copper Trigram's help, Song Shuhang and the small monk managed to set up for big tents very quickly. As for Dudu, he had his doghouse. Not good, he could still squeeze into the tent with the small monk. After setting up the tent, Song Shuhang casually asked, "Is Senior White still setting up formations?" "He finished a long time ago." Now, he seemed to be sitting in meditation, resting while waiting for the other party to arrive. "You guys should also take a good rest. I will go deeper into the island and see if I can hunt an animal or two," said Immortal Master Copper Trigram while smiling. "Sorry for troubling you." Song Shuhang touched his tummy. He was indeed hungry. Even though he brought the fasting pills along with him on this trip, whenever he was hungry, eating something would make him feel much more satiated. Immortal Master Copper Trigram coming to the island definitely saved them. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Immortal Master Copper Trigram went hunting, and Dudu was playing around with the small monk at the side. Song Shuhang went into the tent and suddenly thought of something. Ever since he left the mysterious island, he had lost his memories. Then, what about Lady Onion, who was growing on top of the Enlightenment Stone? Lady Onion is in the form of a plant at the moment. Perhaps she might have retained her memories. After thinking of that possibility, he hurriedly looked for the Enlightenment Stone. "Lady Onion, do you still have any memory of your time on the mysterious island, eh?" Lady Onion, what happened to you?" When Song Shuhang touched the Enlightenment Stone, he realized that the tender shoot that Lady Onion had grown out with much difficulty got plucked out by someone. Right now, all she had left was half of her tender shoot. She looked very pitiful. The small onion spirit on the Enlightenment Stone shook the remaining half of its body and seemed to have woken up from a deep slumber. After a long time, she moaned in pain. "Ouch, it's painful." "Eh, Lady Onion, you can speak now? Speaking of which, what's up with you? Who cut off your shoots? Also, as for your memories on the mysterious island, do you still remember anything?" Song Shuhang asked anxiously. "The mysterious island?" Lady Onion's body wriggled, and she asked puzzledly, "What kind of place is it? Are there nice things to eat there?" Song Shuhang was speechless. Indeed, one could not harbor any fantasies about the stupid onion. From the very start, this onion was not reliable at all. As for her tender green onion shoots, could it be that someone plucked it out to cook it? The half of Lady Onion's body shook for a long time, and it suddenly reacted. "Ouch, it's so painful. Where did my green onion shoot go to? Damn it. Song Shuhang, did you pluck it out to eat it?" Song Shuhang was speechless. He really wanted to know what was up with Lady Onion's reaction time. Wasn't it too long? He suspected that if he told a joke to Lady Onion, she might take half an hour to react to it. "I couldn't have possibly plucked the shoots and ate it. I just asked you where did your shoots go," said Song Shuhang with frustration. He wasn't entirely sure because his memories about the mysterious island were lost. Maybe he really did pluck the shoots on the mysterious island and ate them. He had opened his mouth aperture so suddenly when he clearly only opened his ear aperture not long before he went to the mysterious island. If there wasn't any opportunity, even with the support of sufficient qi and blood pills, opening his mouth aperture would require approximately a year to succeed. One had to know that even the simplest heart aperture required 100 days to build its foundation. Lady Onion wriggled her body and doubtfully asked, "Strange, why don't I remember anything?" From the looks of it, the silly onion also lost her memories. Song Shuhang sighed and put Lady Onion back into his pocket. When he put her back into his pocket, suddenly, he touched something that seemed like a small paper wrapper within his pocket. Thereafter, Song Shuhang took it out. It looked like the paper used to wrap small pills in hospitals. It must have been one of the loots from the mysterious island since he had absolutely no impression of it. Hence, he opened it to look out of curiosity. In the paper wrapper, there was nothing except for a small chunk of a lush and green onion shoot. Song Shuhang was speechless. I could not have really plucked it out on the mysterious island, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, I should light a candle for little friend Song Shuhang while I'm at it. Chapter 335, I should light a candle for little friend Song Shuhang while I'm at it. Translator, God Brandy editor, Karisu. If I was really the one to pluck her green onion shoot off, why didn't I eat it but put it in my pocket instead after wrapping it up? Does it mean that I carelessly plucked it off when I was on the mysterious island, and I kept it because I wanted to glue it back together after leaving the island? My upper part. My shoot. My green onion sprout. On the Enlightenment Stone, Lady Onion started to shout. *TTY Shu Hang, it was really you who plucked off my green onion shoot. Calm down and don't shout. I don't remember what happened on the mysterious island either. Song Shu Hang attentively looked at the severed piece of green onion shoot and said, Lady Onion, if I were to glue this part back, would you restore to your previous status? How can you glue it back? And with what? Glue? I should cut your head off and then try to glue it back with some glue. Lady Onion bellowed. It took her a lot of time to grow that green onion shoot, and now, someone had casually plucked it off. She was extremely hurt at this time. If Song Shu Hang weren't to properly apologize, she wouldn't forgive him. You have a point. Song Shu Hang again wrapped the green onion shoot in the paper and placed it in the rabbit-shaped size-reducing purse. Since it wasn't possible to glue it back, it was better to put it somewhere safe. Now that it was plucked off, throwing it away would be a waste. Perhaps he could find some use for it, for example, if he needed to accumulate qi and blood quickly while trying to jump through the Dragon Gate, he could eat this green onion shoot, after processing it of course, and obtain quite good results. After storing away the green onion shoot, Song Shu Hang said to Lady Onion, if it was really me who plucked your green onion shoot off, I'll try to find a way to compensate you. How are you planning to compensate me? The remaining half of Lady Onion's body swelled lightly. She was pouting. I don't know yet, but I'll do it if there is an opportunity. Moreover, even if I wanted to, I can't really compensate you in your current state. If you want, I can give you back your onion sprout and you can play with it. Song Shu Hang said. Not even a little bit of sincerity. Lady Onion said, somewhat depressed, but her swelling body deflated a bit. This foolish green onion was unexpectedly quite reasonable. Don't worry. I keep my word. If I said that I would compensate you, I'll make sure to do it, Song Shu Hang said earnestly. Lady Onion had been cultivating Buddhist techniques, but it seemed that her compatibility with these techniques wasn't high. After practicing for 300 years, she was still stuck in the first stage realm. Therefore, should he try to give her another set of techniques? Since Buddhist techniques weren't good, maybe he should give her Daoist or scholarly ones. After thinking this much, Song Shu Hang quietly made a mental note regarding that option. Afterward, he took the Enlightenment Stone and sat cross-legged in meditation, trying to strengthen his mental energy. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Some time later, just when Song Shu Hang finished his meditation, Immortal Master Copper Trigram also returned with several wild animals in his hands. As for Venerable White, he was still waiting for Wolf One and the others and had yet to come back. Immortal Master Copper Trigram quickly lit a fire outside the tent. Then, he took a barbecue grill from his handcart and started to skin the wild animals. After adding some condiments, he started to grill the meat. It seemed that Immortal Master Copper Trigram's survival skills were top-notch. When he was young and weak, he would be often chased down after making *TTY divinations. The number of times he had to hide in remote mountains, forests, or in the sea to escape his pursuers was very high. At the time, he was too young and hadn't reached the realm where he could survive without eating. Therefore, he had to apply himself to find a way to survive in the wilderness. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said happily, "Come, have a taste of my cooking. I haven't done this in a while, I feel a bit out of practice." Dudu squatted on a side and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The small monk Guegui hid in the tent, not daring to come out. He was afraid that he would break his religious commandment if he were to get closer to the food. "I'll go call Senior White and tell him that the meal is ready," Song Shu Hang said. Wolf One and the others hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, it was useless for Venerable White to continuously stay at the seashore and wait. It was better to call him out so that he could eat something. "Sure," Immortal Master Copper Trigram said with a faint smile, giving Song Shuhang a meaningful glance. Earlier, when he was hunting, he took several pictures and decided to send them to the 9 Provinces #1 group to show off a bit. But as soon as he opened the group chat, he received a myriad of notifications and his phone almost froze. After his phone slowly recovered and he was deciding which pictures to send, he got another 99 notifications. The group chat was being flooded like crazy. Moreover, it was a flood of pictures. Since the signal on the island wasn't too good, all the pictures were still buffering and had yet to load. What happened to the fellow Taoists in the group chat? Why are they flooding like crazy? What kind of marvelous topic of conversation did they find? Slowly, after the pictures finished loading, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was shocked. What did I just see? An adorable Twintails edition Senior White. A Ponytail edition Senior White? Pigtails coiled up on the top of the head edition Senior White? There were all kinds of Senior White's pictures. Moreover, they were everywhere. Even the profile pictures of the people flooding the group had changed into pictures of Senior White. The whole group chat had gone crazy. Immortal Master Copper Trigram stared blankly for some time. Just what had happened today? Was this really the same 9 Provinces #1 group he knew? He had been offline only for a while, and yet, he felt as though he had been left behind by the times. Let's see how this Senior White flood started. Immortal Master Copper Trigram switched the phone to another mode and opened the chat logs, starting to scroll upwards. Fearful, the people in the group had sent over 60,000 messages while crazily flooding. Cultivators were really quick with their hands. It wasn't something that the average man could do. After a long time, he finally found the source of everything. Soon after he lent his mobile phone to little friend Song Shuhang, Softfeather shared a file named Senior White's Expression Package in the group space. This file was precisely the reason of this frenzied flood in the 9 Provinces #1 group. After a short delay, Immortal Master Copper Trigram made up his mind and decided to download the file. Although the speed of the internet connection was awful, he managed to successfully download the file after quite some time. To keep up with the times, Immortal Master Copper Trigram didn't hesitate and changed his profile picture to Senior_White_Look_down. He found this emote very cool. Now that he had changed his profile picture, he was planning to have a good chat with Northern River's loose cultivator. At the time, he would be able to look down on him continuously. What a marvelous feeling! Immediately after, he started to scroll downwards, and very soon, he found a very interesting conversation. It was a conversation between True Monarch Yellow Mountain and Softfeather. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, but whose hands are those? They should belong to the person messing with Senior White's hair, right? Those are Senior Song's hands, Softfeather replied. If I'm not mistaken. Venerable White was also added to the 9 Provinces #1 group, right? Moreover, it was precisely little friend Song Shuhang who helped him create the account and got him into the group. In this case, Venerable White should have also seen the chat logs, right? Yeah, there is no doubt about it. With how much the people in the group are flooding, Venerable White just has to go online and open the instant messaging app to see everything. It's good to be young. Immortal Master Copper Trigram muttered. I should give a like to Softfeather, and light a candle for little friend Song Shuhang while I'm at it. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang had no idea that Softfeather had uploaded the Senior White's expression package in the group space. His brain hadn't even contemplated the possibility that the file Softfeather wanted to send him was the fearful Senior White's expression package. If he were aware of it, he would have already dug a hole somewhere on the small island and buried himself there. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. Song Shuhang went in Senior White's direction, his state of mind very good. At this time, Venerable White was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. He was resting his chin in one hand while using the other to fiddle with the phone. His face was extremely calm, with the long black hair hanging behind his back slightly fluttering in the sea breeze. This scene was truly magnificent, just like a superb painting. Senior White, it's getting late. Since that wolf one isn't here yet, how about eating something? Song Shuhang shouted in Venerable White's direction from afar. Venerable White had long reached the realm where he didn't need to eat to survive. But since the day he had come out of secluded meditation, he was acting like a normal modern man. Working, resting, and eating 3 meals per day. After hearing Song Shuhang's voice, Venerable White turned his head around and said with a faint smile, "Is it dinner time already?" Yes, Senior Copper Trigram went hunting and already started to prepare food. It looks very tasty, and the smell is also very good, Song Shuhang replied with a smile. Venerable White silently nodded. I've heard before about fellow Daoist Copper Trigram's cooking skills in the group. If we're talking about taste only, his skills are almost comparable to immortal chefs. Let's give it a try. After saying this much, Venerable White put his phone away and jumped down from the rock, landing beside Song Shuhang. The duo walked side by side, heading toward the tent. As they were walking, Venerable White casually asked, "Shuhang, would you find it amusing if I were to change my hairstyle?" Eh? Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at Venerable White, somewhat confused. It was time to explain how terrific the effects of the memory loss from the mysterious island were. Song Shuhang's mind was currently in a mess. The memory sealing technique had worsened his reaction time by quite a lot. In normal circumstances, after hearing the key words of Venerable White, hairstyle, and amusing, the search engine of his brain would immediately get into action, making him immediately remember about that death-seeking matter that he and Soft Feather performed not too long ago. Unfortunately, that search engine was still unavailable due to the memory seal. Therefore, he stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Seeing Song Shuhang's confused expression, the corner of Venerable White mouth rose as he faintly smiled, not saying anything else. Change hairstyle? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. The duo continued to walk side by side. After walking for a few more steps, Venerable White stretched his hands out and grabbed his long hair, lifting his hands up. For example, a hairstyle like this? Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at Senior White. Ah? This hairstyle, wait, isn't this Twin-Tails edition Venerable White? Song Shuhang stiffened. Song Shuhang was shocked. Song Shuhang opened his mouth wide. Even if his brain was in a mess, after seeing this picture, he immediately recalled that death-seeking matter he and Soft Feather performed some time ago. Why did Venerable White suddenly bring this hairstyle up? Was it because his mood was extremely good and he thus decided to change his hairstyle? Or perhaps he discovered what Soft Feather and I did at the time. Impossible! That was a top-secret matter. Aside from Soft Feather and me, no one knows about it, unless Soft Feather leaked this information? Wait. Unless Soft Feather leaked this information? Song Shuhang immediately recalled the conversation he had with Soft Feather when he borrowed Copper Trigram's phone earlier. Soon after, he felt his scalp go numb. He had thought of a fearful possibility. Song Shuhang tried to swallow a mouthful of saliva, but his mouth was as dry as before. At this time, he couldn't utter a single word. He. Venerable White put his hair down and laughed. Venerable White's face was calm and his step steady as he lightly moved forward. Song Shuhang's face was stiff as he moved forward with heavy steps, staggering. Then, he stumbled on a small stone and fell to the ground. He was caught off guard, and he felt a bit of pain. It too, Soft Feather. This isn't good. I must ask Senior Copper Trigram to lend me his phone again. I need to check the contents of the file Soft Feather sent in the group space. Moreover, I have to contact Senior 7 and tell him that I've obtained the skeletal dragons with advine necessary to cure 16. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Immortal Master Copper Trigram's cooking skills were really excellent, and the food tasted really good. Although he was eating, Song Shuhang couldn't feel any flavor at this time. He just wanted to fill his belly a bit and ask Immortal Master Copper Trigram to lend him his phone. He had to check the content of the file Soft Feather sent in the group. But just as he was about to ask, Immortal Master Copper Trigram wiped his mouth and said with a radiant smile, "Little friend Song Shuhang, Senior White, Little Guogui, and Dudu, rest well after you're doing eating. I still have a matter to take care of, and I need to take my leave. See you soon. After finishing his sentence, he lightly jumped, and a flying sword appeared beneath his feet, allowing him to soar into the sky. He had built the altar quite some time ago. Now, the time was right, geographical and human conditions were also favorable. It was just about time to go and activate the altar. Song Shuhang opened his mouth, but his body stiffened, no words came out. The sky is getting dark, we should rest. Shuhang, you should move Miss Chu Chu to a tent and the small monk and Dudu to another, Venerable White said with a faint smile and elegantly put the tableware away. The sky was getting dark. It is indeed time to rest in peace. Wait. It is time to rest, only rest, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Senior White Playing with Ants. Chapter 336, Senior White Playing with Ants. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. The night passed without problems, and the world was as peaceful as before. Song Shuhang got up early in the morning and exhaled a mouthful of bad air. Senior White didn't look for him to punish him with some extreme bungee jumping. Perhaps he decided to change his hairstyle on a whim yesterday and didn't know anything about that matter? Deep inside his heart, Song Shuhang hoped for it to be true. This was the mentality of an ostrich. When the ostrich was pushed into a corner, it would hide its head beneath the sand. It was convinced that if it couldn't see the enemy couldn't see it either. It was the mentality of someone that refused to accept reality. From time to time, humans would also behave like this. They would try to find excuses and non-existent possibilities to console themselves and get that extra sense of security. I hope that the world would stay as peaceful as before and that I would safely get past this day. Song Shuhang prayed after getting up. Then, he came out of the tent in search of a place to wash his face and rinse his mouth. After coming out of the tent, Song Shuhang saw that the bonfire they used yesterday to grill the food was lit up. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was still wearing that cowboy hat and was currently fiddling with the barbecue grill. The skewered meat was being roasted on the barbecue grill, as well as edible wild herbs. He was preparing an additional vegetarian dish for the small monk. Senior Copper Trigram is unexpectedly a very attentive person, Song Shuhang thought to himself. After a close look, he discovered that Copper Trigram's hat had become bigger than before. Moreover, it had changed into a pretty wide-brimmed hat. Wait, it was a completely different hat than yesterday. Senior Copper Trigram, good morning, Song Shuhang said and waved his hand. Good morning to you, little friend Song Shuhang. There is a source of water 100 meters to the right. You can wash your face and rinse your mouth there before eating, Copper Trigram said without turning his head. Thank you very much, Senior, Song Shuhang replied unconsciously. Then, he proceeded toward the right with a sleepy face. But after taking 2 steps, his body stiffened. He felt that there was something wrong with this situation. There was something wrong with Senior Copper Trigram's voice. That voice just now was very delicate and soft, just like that of a girl. Song Shuhang quickly turned his head, looking toward the barbecue grill. Just as before, Senior Copper Trigram was wearing a sleeveless white undershirt, a cowboy hat, and jean shorts. However, there was a big swelling on his chest, so big that it made one feel shocked. The swelling propped the sleeveless white undershirt up, turning it into a crop top. There was also that slim and slender waist. And those tight-fitting jean shorts were revealing 2 beautiful and slender white legs. Finally, the face. A broad forehead and pretty eyebrows, coupled with a radiant smile and beautiful eyes, as well as a red dot between her eyebrows. It was a girl. Senior Copper Trigram? Song Shuhang pointed at the girl and said in astonishment. Eh? You haven't gone to wash your face yet? Immortal Master Copper Trigram raised her head and revealed a brilliant smile. It was a beautiful smile, beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a nation. Senior, what's the deal with your appearance? Song Shuhang said in shock. I just went to sleep, and Immortal Master Copper Trigram changed from a boorish stout man into a beautiful fairy maiden. Has the world gone mad? Or perhaps I'm still dreaming. Oh, so it's about my appearance. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said with a faint smile. This is a disguising technique. You have been in the 9 Provinces #1 group for quite some time now. You must have heard about my incredible disguising technique. Oh, a disguising technique. I have indeed heard about Senior Copper Trigram's disguising technique in the group chat earlier. But Senior, your current state can hardly be explained with a mere disguising technique. Senior, disguising techniques can even change the structure of the body. Song Shuhang ridiculed. This is already a shape-shifting technique. The change is just too great. Where did those huge breasts come from? And that slim waist? And those slender white legs too? It's a disguising technique combined with a bone-shrinking technique. As far as I'm concerned, changing body structure and looks is very easy. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said self-satisfied. Then, she put the barbecue tongs down and let Song Shuhang have a good look at her beautiful body. She put her right arm behind her back, reaching with it around her waist from the left to caress the side of her navel in a sensual pose. 1-0, yeah tilde this super disguising technique was truly wondrous. Senior, wait a moment. Let me calm down a bit. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, his eyes, and also his face. Then, he looked at Copper Trigram once more. Immortal Master Copper Trigram brightly smiled. Song Shuhang performed the above-mentioned set of actions once more and looked at Immortal Master Copper Trigram again, asking, Senior, can you tell me what is your actual gender? This is a secret. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said self-satisfied. In the 9 Provinces #1 group, no one knows about my real gender or appearance. He tilde. Senior, this is hardly something you should be proud of. No wonder Northern River's loose cultivator was unable to find Immortal Master Copper Trigram when they agreed to battle on the summit of the Forbidden City 3 months earlier. Not only their appearance, but even their body structure and aura would also change. This disguising technique was simply a bug. It was like suddenly changing the actor of a TV show without any prior notice. How would you even recognize them? Speaking of which, the new battle on the summit of the Forbidden City would be held in around 1 month later. Song Shuhang was planning to buy plane tickets and go to Beijing. He didn't want to miss this great battle. Wait, we're getting sidetracked. Song Shuhang shook his head and said, Senior, why did you suddenly change into a woman? Why I changed into a woman? Immortal Master Copper Trigram put her finger on her lips and said with a smile, because of Venerable White of course. Question mark. Song Shuhang had a confused expression on his face. Don't you find it dangerous to face Venerable White as a male? I always feel that my view of the world would get distorted when I'm around him. Such being the case, I just need to turn into a woman and I won't have to worry about that, right? I feel that I have a certain immunity toward Venerable White in this state. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said self-satisfied. Song Shuhang silently nodded. Then, he gave Immortal Master Copper Trigram the thumbs up and brightly smiled. His white teeth shone in the sunlight with a ding sound in the background. Afterward, he added, Senior White, good morning. Good morning to you. A calm voice transmitted from behind Copper Trigram. Immortal Master Copper Trigram stiffly turned her head. He saw that Venerable White was squatting not too far from her, playing with the ants on the ground. There were more than 30 ants that were continuously crawling within Senior White's fingers' range. Whenever they were about to crawl out of the range, Venerable White would gently poke them, making them return to their previous position. Immortal Master Copper Trigram swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Senior White was worthily a 7th stage Venerable. He got so close, and she didn't notice it in the slightest. As though he had noticed Copper Trigram's gaze, Venerable White turned his head and nodded at her. Fellow dazed Copper Trigram, good morning to you too. After saying this much, he stretched his finger and poked to death one of those small and cute ants on the ground. Immortal Master Copper Trigram immediately had tears streaming down her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, the newly developed disposable flying sword 005 edition. Chapter 337, the newly developed disposable flying sword 005 edition. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Senior, that ant is so cute, don't poke it to death. When she saw Venerable White poke the ant, a sad feeling welled up in Copper Trigram's heart. She felt a certain sympathy for the ant, as though they were the same entity. "Gee, good morning, Venerable White," Copper Trigram said in a robot-like voice. Venerable White stretched his hand out and drew a circle on the ground, enclosing the 30 or so ants. Then, he raised his head and said to Copper Trigram, "Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, can you perform a divination for me? I want to know if those members of the 33 Divine Beast sect will show up today." "Sure, I'll do it immediately." Immortal Master Copper Trigram lowered the intensity of the flames beneath the barbecue. Afterward, she took out the tortoise shell and started to shake it, making the 3 copper coins inside fall to the ground. After falling to the ground, the 3 copper coins rolled for a while before arranging themselves into a shape that resembled the character. Immortal Master Copper Trigram shot a glance at the character formed by the coins and started to count on her fingers. Song Shuhang wasn't an expert in divinations. Therefore, he had no idea what the result was. In the next moment, Copper Trigram heartily laughed. "Senior White, you don't have to worry. Those guys from the 33 Divine Beast sect will come for sure today. You'll be able to catch them with one swoop." "I see." Venerable White silently nodded. In other words, the members of the 33 Divine Beast sect would not come today. Seriously, those guys are so inefficient at handling things. Even when it comes to saving their friends, they're so slow. Copper Trigram revealed a charming smile and said, "In that case, Senior, shall I keep grilling the food?" "Oh, sure." Venerable White nodded. Copper Trigram immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed she had avoided a calamity. Thereupon, Copper Trigram increased the intensity of the fire once more and kept grilling the food. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the next moment, Venerable White also asked, "Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, are you trying to gather a large amount of luck? The altar you built yesterday was used by the ancient Witch clan to offer sacrifices to the gods and strengthen the luck of their clansmen, right?" Copper Trigram made a hollow laugh and nodded. She needed a great deal of luck for her disciple, Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram. Venerable White continued, "However, you are not a member of the ancient Witch clan. Therefore, that altar is of no use to you." Copper Trigram heaved a sigh. It was nothing but a last-ditch effort to salvage a hopeless situation. Venerable White faintly smiled and said, "Anyway, if you need a luck, I have a something good that might come in handy." Immortal Master Copper Trigram immediately opened her eyes wide. "Senior White, which item are you talking about?" Song Shuhang also came over. He was curious as to what kind of mystical treasure could increase one's luck. "Look carefully." Venerable White stretched his right hand out and gently tapped it with the finger of the other hand. In the next instant, a small object that resembled a tail appeared in Venerable White's palm. "It's a treasure I found the last time I went into secluded meditation. I found it when I was digging into the earth to create the room where I was going to close up. Although it's just a piece of a tail, this treasure is still a first-class item when it comes to luck," Venerable White said calmly. Song Shuhang curiously looked at the object in Senior White's palm and asked, "What is this thing? Is it the tail of a fish?" "It's not the tail of a fish, it's the tail of a dragon." Immortal Master Copper Trigram opened her eyes wide and sighed with emotion. "Moreover, it's not the tail of an ordinary dragon. This tail was left behind after the dragon solidified its dragon luck, right?" "Correct. Although its luck is not comparable to that of a city or a nation, and it's only a small amount of solidified luck, it's still not bad if you want to help someone," Venerable White said with a smile. Immortal Master Copper Trigram nodded. and her face had written the following words all over: "I want it." This expression seemed to tell others, "I want this thing. Come, rip me off. Rip me off as much as you want." Venerable White said, "This lucky tail is of no use to me. Therefore, I can temporarily lend it to you." Venerable White's own luck was already heaven-defying. The luck of this tail had basically no effect on him. Immortal Master Copper Trigram patted her chest and said, "Senior White, even if you to ask me to go through fire and water, I won't refuse. Don't worry. My request isn't too difficult," Venerable White continued with an enchanting smile on his face. "Recently, I agreed that I would act as a matchmaker for a subordinate of True Monarch Yellow Mountain called Ju Li, helping him marry a teacher from the White Cloud Academy, Ouyang Yuan." "A matchmaker?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram immediately patted her chest and said, "Do you want me to act as a matchmaker in your stead?" "No problem. A fortune teller such as myself fits well in the matchmaking business. Leave everything to me. I'll make sure to beautifully matchmake them. With you on it, I feel relieved." Venerable White silently nodded. "But allow me to explain the current relationship between Ju Li and that teacher, Ouyang Yuan." Immortal Master Copper Trigram immediately perked her ears up. Dudu's actions gave rise to a small misunderstanding between Ju Li and teacher Ouyang Yuan, Venerable White said. And just as he said these words, he shot a glance at Dudu and Gugua's tent. Then, he continued to narrate what happened at the time and how Dudu tormented Ju Li. In the tent, Dudu and the small monk immediately shrank with fear. Dudu had still some fear lingering since that time. After Ju Li went crazy, he unexpectedly wanted to keep having lovey-dovey conversations with him. Little friend Ju Li is a rather straightforward person when it comes to love, and after Dudu fooled him, he really thought that teacher Ouyang Yuan was Dudu's second account. Later, he told her everything that had happened, Venerable White continued. After hearing the explanation, teacher Ouyang Yuan became sulky. You should also know the disposition of the people of the White Cloud Academy or other scholarly sects. They strongly believe in love and unconditionally trust their loved ones. After hearing this story, teacher Ouyang Yuan probably felt that Ju Li didn't trust her enough. Or perhaps little friend Ju Li said something wrong when narrating the story. Anyway, teacher Ouyang Yuan got angry and had been ignoring fellow Daoist Ju Li since then. After saying this much, Venerable White took out his phone and showed Immortal Master Copper Trigram a picture that True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent him. In the picture, a smoking Ju Li had locked himself up in a room. His whole face was covered in smoke. He seemed very sad. As for why True Monarch Yellow Mountain could take a photo of him although he had locked himself in a room, it was all thanks to the wonders of magical techniques. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Copper Trigram also knew Ju Li. He was a junior that was very skilled at handling matters as well as capable of adapting to all situations. But she hadn't expected that his emotional quotient was on the low side. There is one more thing. It's about the female monster hunter that was trying to catch Dudu. Venerable White unlocked his phone and showed the picture of the cute monster hunter to Copper Trigram. As before, it was True Monarch Yellow Mountain who sent this picture. Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked, "What about the female monster hunter?" It seemed she sympathized with Ju Li quite a bit, therefore, she said that if teacher Ouyang Yuan were to leave him, they could catch monsters together and have fun. Unfortunately, Ju Li just happened to be on the phone with teacher Ouyang Yuan at the time. This probably gave rise to another misunderstanding between the two, Venerable White replied. It was True Monarch Yellow Mountain who had told Venerable White all this. In short, Ju Li's emotional quotient was on the low side. Teacher Ouyang Yuan was angry. The kindness of the female monster hunter came at the wrong time and made teacher Ouyang Yuan even angrier. Venerable White put his phone away and asked, "This is how things are. Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, do you think you can help little friend Ju Li solve this matter?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram patted her chest and said, "Absolutely, leave it to me. It's only a small misunderstanding. I'll clear it up in no time. Moreover, as long as they love each other, it won't be difficult to solve this problem." What Copper Trigram said was true, solving this matter wasn't difficult. After all, Zhu Li and Ouyang Yuan loved each other and only needed someone to act as a middleman to bring them together. Senior White had given Copper Trigram an easy task and was basically giving her the tail for free. Venerable White smiled and nodded, saying, "This matter concerns the lifelong happiness of two fellow Taoists. Mistakes are not allowed. Anyway, time is running out. Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, you should make haste and go to see fellow Daoist Zhu Li immediately." Immortal Master Copper Trigram cupped her fists and said, "I will immediately rush toward True Monarch Yellow Mountain's immortal cave." After saying this much, she got a hold of her handcart and prepared to soar into the sky by relying on her flying sword. "It's better if I send you off personally," Venerable White said with a radiant smile. Immortal Master Copper Trigram waved her hand. "Senior White, there is no need. I can go on my own. I'll have to insist on sending you off." Venerable White stretched his hand and took out a long wooden sword from his sleeve. It seemed he had prepared it beforehand. "This is my newly developed disposable flying sword 005 edition. Compared to the 004 edition, it has a zigzagged flight patterns feature, as well as a parachute-style landing feature. When descending, it will let one have a stimulating and beautiful bungee jumping-like experience. Of course, for safety reasons, the disposable flying sword 005 edition will automatically protect the rider when the height from the ground reaches 0.1 meters, allowing the rider to feel free from worries," Venerable White explained excitedly. Venerable White had finally drawn the dagger. Immortal Master Copper Trigram quickly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. All these features seemed very high-end, and not something that a person like her could enjoy. Therefore, she quickly tried to refuse. "Senior, there is really no need. I can use the flying technique and rush over there in no time. You don't have to worry about me being slow. Enough chit-chat, Tilda, let's go." Venerable White suddenly activated the sword art. The disposable flying sword 005 edition picked up Copper Trigram and the handcart, making them soar into the sky. After it reached a certain altitude, the flying sword dashed forward while maintaining an S-shaped trajectory. It was swaying from side to side like a snake, but its speed was still extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was nowhere to be seen. In the sky, intermittent yells echoed. It was the only proof that Copper Trigram was once there. When he saw Senior White sending off Senior Copper Trigram, the corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. It seems that the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group really can't understand the principle, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Not bad, not bad. Perhaps I can further improve the trajectory of the flight, narrowing it down. I might even develop a new series of flying swords from this edition and use it for interplanetary flights, Venerable White muttered. Finally, he added another sentence. "I didn't think that I would get to try it out on Copper Trigram first. I need to find the time and manufacture other disposable flying swords 005 edition." Song Shuhang, who was standing on a side and taking in delight in others' misfortune, immediately stiffened. He didn't think that he would get to try it out on Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Then, on whom did he want to test it? Except for Immortal Master Copper Trigram, the other people on the island were precisely Dudu, the small monk, and the little fellow Daoist surnamed Song. Translator's thoughts. God brandy, God brandy. 2/12 for this week. ______. Discord channel, https://discord.gg/j3ttuhb. ______. The base release rate is 12 ch in week, and will release an increasing number of chapters according to our rank in the power ranking as following. Top 3+1 chapter, 13 a week. Top 2+1 chapter, 14 a week. Top 1+1 chapter, 15 per week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, an upgraded version of the disposable flying sword 005 edition. Chapter 338, an upgraded version of the disposable flying sword 005 edition. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang wanted to ask Venerable White about the meaning behind those words. He feared that his weak body wouldn't be able to withstand the wild ride of the disposable flying sword 005 edition, after seeing Senior Copper Trigram zigzag in the sky, as well as recalling that parachute-style landing feature and the bungee jumping-like pleasant sensation. He felt that he would surely die in the process. However, he wasn't as foolish as to directly ask Venerable White, "Senior, are you planning to use the disposable flying sword 005 edition to send me on a trip in the sky?" Therefore, he had to probe into it stealthily, which was even more difficult. First of all, if Senior White really wanted to send him off on a trip with the disposable flying sword 005 edition, it should be because he discovered about that death-seeking matter from back then. The fact that Senior White suddenly grabbed his hair yesterday and made 2 ponytails partially confirmed this theory. It was likely that the matter about him and Soft Feather changing Senior White's hairstyle and facial expressions over and over again had been leaked. As for how it was leaked, the reason might as well be that file Soft Feather sent in the group space. Therefore, he had to go in the 9 Provinces #1 group and confirm the situation. Song Shuhang's phone was a regular one and couldn't get any signal in the middle of the East China Sea. Since Immortal Master Copper Trigram was also sent a few thousand kilometers away, the only option left to get into the group chat was to ask Venerable White to lend him his phone. "Senior White, can you lend me your phone for a moment?" Song Shuhang tried to squeeze out the most natural and gentle smile he could. Venerable White had taken over Copper Trigram's duties and was now looking after the barbecue. Copper Trigram had already put the condiments on. Therefore, Senior White only needed to control the intensity of the fire and wait till the food was ready. "You need my phone?" Venerable White turned his head around and asked with a faint smile, "What do you need it for?" "It's like this, when I went to the mysterious island, I had a lucky encounter and found something interesting." After saying these words, Song Shuhang took out the skeletal dragon's withered vines from the rabbit-shaped purse, saying, "I have 16 withered vines with me. Therefore, I was thinking of contacting Senior 7 and telling him to come here to take them. He needs them to cure 16's injury." This reason was simply perfect. No flaws at all. I see, in that case, I'll help you get in contact with fellow Daoist 7. Venerable White nodded and took a step back. Then, he pointed toward the barbecue grill and said, "Shuhang, come here and use the fire controlling art. I want to see how skilled you have become in using this art. If you have reached a sufficient level, we can study how to refine chi and blood pills later." After saying this much, Venerable White quietly took out his phone. Then, he turned around and started to fiddle with it at an angle where Song Shuhang couldn't see anything. Song Shuhang arrived in front of the barbecue and used the fire controlling art to control the intensity of the flames, but his heart was in turmoil. I'm done. I'm done. Senior White seemed hell-bent on not letting him use the phone. There was surely something compromising in the phone, or rather, in the 9 Provinces #1 group. In other words, Venerable White had prepared the disposable flying sword 005 edition for him. But he just happened to meet Immortal Master Copper Trigram, who was likewise courting death. Therefore, Copper Trigram took the bullet that Venerable White had prepared for Shuhang. Unfortunately, there was only one Copper Trigram, and he couldn't take the bullet for Shuhang again. What should I do? What should I do? I have to think of a way to make Senior White happy. If he's happy, there is a chance he might forgive me. If not, I must find a way to exchange the disposable flying sword 005 edition with the 004 edition. The 005 edition is just too scary. Song Shuhang's brain was operating at insane speed. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, Venerable White opened the 9 Provinces #1 group. The fellow Daoists in the group chat were still spamming like crazy. After discovering that Venerable White hadn't gotten online and that he hadn't sent any message to reprimand them either, they became even more unrestrained. The members that had changed their profile pictures to Senior White's emote were getting more and more. The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose, there was an unfathomable smile on his face. Then, he clicked on Seven's profile picture. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Clan 7 was a trendy man. Therefore, he too had changed his avatar. His current profile picture was Senior_White_Psy. At this time, 7 was also spamming in the group, but he wasn't spamming random stuff like the others. He was asking the people in the group whether or not they had skeletal dragons withered vines. He urgently needed a great number of withered vines. At this time, 7 received a private message. When he saw the private message, he unconsciously shrank in fear, because it was a message from Venerable White. I'm a goner. Why would Venerable White suddenly send me a private message? 7 cautiously clicked on the notification. Venerable White, fellow Deus 7. I've heard that you're looking for the skeletal dragon's withered vine, right? If you want those vines, I can give them to you. I've got 16 of them. Direct and to the point. These 16 withered vines were a huge temptation for 7. He desperately needed them. Therefore, he quickly replied, Senior White, what is your current location? I'm on a small island in the East China Sea. I'll send you the coordinates, Venerable White replied. Immediately after, he sent the coordinates to Clan 7. Clan 7, got them. I'll immediately head toward your position. Good. I'll wait for you. Then, Venerable White also added, also, your new profile picture is rather amusing. Let meet us on the island, bye-bye. After reading this message, 7 couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Why did I stupidly change my profile picture? Although Senior White sent a smiling emoji, 7 felt that a bleak future awaited him. Should I really go to the island? The answer was yes. He had to go even if he had to face mountains of swords and seas of flames. 7 clenched his teeth and put his phone away. Afterward, the heavenly saber on his back automatically flew beneath his feet. Let's rush towards Senior White's coordinates. 7 headed toward the small island. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Venerable White narrowed his eyes into a smile and said to Song Shuhang, done. I've notified fellow Deus 7. He'll be here very soon. Song Shuhang revealed a radiant smile and replied, thank you, Senior. You're welcome. Venerable White's mood seemed pretty good. He stretched his hand out and picked 2 skewers of meat and vegetable from the barbecue, saying, I'll prepare a small gift to welcome fellow Deus 7. You can keep grilling the food. Your fire-controlling art isn't bad and has reached an acceptable level. Later, we can try to refine chi and blood pills. After saying this much, Senior White took a bite of the food and leisurely headed toward the nearby forest. From the looks of it, he seemed to have gone there to pick up a good tree branch. And if Senior White was going to pick up a tree branch, it was very likely to be manufactured into a disposable flying sword. Tears started to well up in Song Shuhang's eyes. After Senior Copper Trigram, is it my turn? And these aren't tears, it's just the smoke from the barbecue making me tear up. Anyway, I need to pull myself together. I need to find a way to cheer up Senior White before he decides to send me off. Song Shuhang operated his brain at high speed. He was thinking about what Senior White liked and what could possibly help him improve his mood. Disassembling electric equipment? Eating baberies? Racing with cars? Racing with flying swords? Closing up? Anything weird or mysterious? Sending disposable flying swords in space? Submerging in the depths of the sea? Using a volcano as a hot spring? Wait, what's wrong the latter options? Song Shuhang fiercely shook his head, casting aside those dangerous options. Anyway, all these options were impractical. Or else, should he try telling Senior White a funny joke to cheer him up? Although Song Shuhang had read many books, now that he tried to rack his brain, he couldn't recall any interesting jokes. In the forest, Senior White was humming a song as he chose a good tree branch, starting to peel it. Very soon, the embryonic form of the disposable flying sword 005 edition appeared in his hands. There was a slight difference between the 004 and 005 editions. The blade of the 005 edition was slightly arched. "I'm done for, I'm done for. What should I do now?" Since there was no signal, he couldn't even go online to look for help. Soon after, Senior White started to engrave a formation on the body of the sword. 2 minutes later, a brand new disposable flying sword 005 edition had appeared in Venerable White's hand. Done. I've also added a coiling flight feature and narrowed the flight angle. There is also an additional meteor-like effect that would make it look like a meteor streaking across the sky when launched. This improved edition is a little different from the Disposable Flying Sword series. Let's just call it Disposable Meteor Sword 001. Venerable White muttered as he raised the wooden sword in his hand high. "I'll be able to try it out in a while. If the effects are good, I can perhaps create a whole meteor shower in the future." The body of the sword was faintly emanating a meteor-like radiance. When shooting up in the sky, this flying sword would surely look beautiful. Perhaps because he had already opened his ear aperture, Song Shuhang heard everything Senior White muttered. Song Shuhang touched his legs, they had somewhat gone soft. Senior White had upgraded the disposable flying sword and it was even scarier than before. At this point, it was better if he had been sent flying with the disposable flying sword 005 edition used on Senior Copper Trigram. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, on a certain island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the old professor, Tubo, Gao Mumu, and the other passengers got up with great difficulty. Yesterday, they managed to formulate a rather efficient teaching method under the directions of the professor. Get up. As first thing, we have to see what's the current level of understanding the natives have in regards to Chinese characters. After we know their level of proficiency, we can teach them according to their aptitudes, the old professor said. They were planning to randomly select some of the primitive men and conduct a small test to see the level of their understanding in regards to Chinese characters. According to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's words, these primitive men had already studied the three-character classic and almost all of them could recite it from memory, and the majority could also write it down from memory. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. An hour later, the old professor, Tubo, Gao Mumu, and the others looked at the pile of examination papers, somewhat dumbfounded. They really wanted to know which country's Chinese characters were their primitive men writing. All the test papers were written down in illegible handwriting, so illegible that they couldn't make out a single character. There was no way this was the three-character classic, this was a book about ancient magical runes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Shu Hang, how about going against the stream? 2 in 1. Chapter 339, Shu Hang, how about going against the stream? 2 in 1. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Gao Mumu secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He dared to bet that regardless which era they lived in, no Chinese man would be able to recognize the characters of this three-character classic if written in such illegible handwriting. If even recognizing these characters was so hard, one could imagine how much mental energy and willpower was required to learn them in the first place. These primitive men really had it difficult. Unexpectedly, most of them could write down these illegible characters from memory. They must have suffered a lot during this period. Tubo held his chin and muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, that person wearing a windbreaker said earlier that he hit the palms of the natives if they made mistakes while reciting the three-character classic from memory. And he would hang them up on a big tree and whip them if they were to make mistakes while writing it down from memory." After hearing this much, all the passengers became silent. Gao Mumu's girlfriend Yuri said, "In this case, were all the primitive men hung up and beaten by that person wearing a windbreaker?" The old professor said in a grave tone, "I think it's very likely." Unless they were pushed into a hopeless situation, how could they have memorized and wrote down from memory those magical runes? The scene of the natives reciting and writing down from memory the three-character classic while trembling in fear appeared in the minds of the passengers. If someone were to recite the wrong verse, the windbreaker-clad man would hit their palms with the disciplinary ruler until turning them red. And if someone were to commit mistakes while writing down the text from memory, with that illegible handwriting, he would hang them up on a tree like drying clothes and whip them mercilessly, making them weep in a sad way. After thinking this much, they felt sad for what the natives had gone through. Having to study the three-character classic written with that illegible handwriting had increased the difficulty of the learning process by several times. The old professor held the examination papers and sighed with emotion. We should do our best to teach the natives how to teach and write. Using real Chinese characters should make things easier. They are a rather pitiful bunch. We should help them as much as possible before leaving the island, Gao Mumu said. Moreover, if we can teach them the Analects of Confucius ahead of time, maybe we can also leave the island earlier. When the topic of the conversation changed to leaving the island, all the passengers became silent. For some unknown reason, they ended up on this island with primitive men living on it after boarding their place. As if that wasn't enough, there was no signal here, making it impossible to get in touch with the external world. If they wanted to leave the island, they could only wait for a rescue team to come here. Or, although unlikely, if a ship were to pass by, they could hitch a ride. Perhaps, that all-powerful man wearing a black windbreaker also had the means to let them leave the island. But if they wanted his help, they needed to help him teach the natives the Analects of Confucius. Therefore, not only to save the natives from this torment but also to get away from this place, they needed to work together and let the primitive men memorize the Analects of Confucius as soon as possible. The old professor said in a grave tone, "Things are even worse than what we expected. We have to change our plans. We have to make them forget about those rune-like characters and start teaching them the basics of Chinese characters." There was a long way to go if they wanted to teach the natives how to read and write. "Let's go." Gao Mumu made a fist and said. "Let's go." Yuri said. "Let's give it our all." Tubo said. "We can do it." Lu Fei and her elder sister said. The other passengers also made a fist and clenched their teeth, ready to try their best. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, in Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's dwelling. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman had a delighted expression on his face as he was grinding the red-colored ink stick in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly stopped. So, there was a problem with the characters I taught the natives. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman put the inkstick down and lightly clapped his hands in realization. No wonder my oath to teach 10,000 illiterate people how to read and write wasn't completed after I taught the natives the three-character classic. That must have been the reason. At first, I thought that the three-character classic was too simple and wasn't enough to satisfy the conditions of my oath. Therefore, I started to teach them the Analects of Confucius, but in hindsight, there seemed to be something wrong with the characters I taught them, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was watching what the passengers were doing through a secret camera. After all, his oath was at stake here. After putting the inkstick down, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman headed toward Gao Mumu and the others. To complete the oath, he needed to personally participate in the teaching process. After this oath is completed, I'll be ready to advance to the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor realm. And when I manage to obtain the Blood God Crystal from little friend Song Shuhang, I'll finally start the breaking through process, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said softly. He had stayed in the 4th stage realm for far too long, but after so much preparing, as well as with the help of the Blood God Crystal, he should be able to condense a golden core with at least 7 dragon patterns, obtaining a first-class golden core. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, on a lone island in the East China Sea, Song Shuhang finished his daily cultivation session and practiced all the cultivation techniques he knew at least one time. After completing his practice, he returned to the nearby tent. At this time, Dudu and the small monk were shrinking inside the tent, revealing their heads from time to time, taking a stealthy look, and retreating inside the tent again. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples and quietly approached Dudu, asking, "Is Senior White still manufacturing those disposable meteor swords 001 edition?" "Yes." Dudu turned his head and spat out his tongue. "Woof, this is the 16th sword already." Song Shuhang secretly shot a glance toward the woods. Venerable White peeled a tree branch and stretched his finger out, starting to engrave formation runes on it. On a side, there were already 15 disposable meteor swords 001 edition piled up. That scene was enough to scare all those present out of their wits. Song Shuhang's heart twitched. Is Senior White really planning to create a meteor shower? If Senior White really wanted to create a meteor shower, amongst the meteors, there would be surely one surnamed Song, right? That seems to be the case. Dudu spat out his tongue. The small monk Guegua lowered his voice and asked, "Who offended Senior White? Did we do something that made him angry?" After saying this much, Guegua stared at Dudu. "Don't look at me. I've been very obedient for the past few days." "Woof, how did I exactly anger Senior White?" Dudu immediately rejected the idea. Afterward, the small monk looked at Song Shuhang in puzzlement. "I'm not sure, but the cause might be a file soft feather sent in the group chat," Song Shuhang said in a low voice. "A file? What was inside?" Dudu asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang was just about to tell Dudu when a ray of light flashed through the sky. Saber light descended from the sky, and a tall and big man leapt down from it. It was Su Clan 7. 7 arrived beside Venerable White as the heavenly saber automatically returned to his back. "Senior White, I'm here." Venerable White raised his head and looked at 7, revealing a gentle smile. "You came very quickly. 16 urgently needs those skeletal dragons withered vines. Therefore, I came over as soon as possible." 7 sighed with emotion. "It seems that you're in a hurry, eh?" Venerable White tilted his head and asked, smiling. "Yes, yes. I'm indeed in a hurry." 7 nodded repeatedly. He had to make haste and get the hell out of this place after securing the withered vines. Venerable White nodded. "In this case, I'll not waste your time." It was little friend Song Shuhang who obtained the skeletal dragon's withered vine. "You can make a deal with him." "Little friend Song Shuhang? Where did he found it?" 7 was somewhat surprised. The skeletal dragon's withered vine was a rare medicinal herb. A natural treasure of this level would be protected by sentient beasts and monster beasts, making it very difficult to obtain. So, from where did little friend Song Shuhang obtain these 16 withered vines? "On the mysterious island," Venerable White said softly. "On the mysterious island? Then, did he lose his memory?" Su Clan 7 said, somewhat alarmed. Venerable White nodded. "Therefore, you must properly compensate him for these hard-won withered vines." "Naturally. After all, little friend Song Shuhang helped 16 several times already. How can I possibly treat him unjustly?" 7 nodded and after pondering for a moment, replied, "From what I remember, little friend Song Shuhang just opened his eye aperture and should be trying to open his nose aperture, right? As soon as I return to the clan, I'll look for several types of medicinal pills that are best suited to open the nose, ear, and mouth apertures. I can guarantee that the quantity would be enough to let him open all his apertures. Afterward, he would only have to jump through the dragon gate. Additionally, as soon as little friend Song Shuhang breaks through the second stage realm, I'll bring him to the first layer of our Spirit River secret realm and allow him to practice there for at least 10 times. Senior, what do you think of this proposal?" Venerable White smiled. It seemed that Su Clan 7 was ready to go all out to obtain these withered vines. Enough medicinal pills to let him open his nose, ear, and mouth apertures, considering that Song Shuhang had already missed the best period to practice and didn't have that innate true qi inside his body. The value of these medicinal pills could be already compared to 6 withered vines. As for that possibility to practice in the first layer of the Spirit River secret realm, it was even more precious. The Spirit River secret realm was the root of the Spirit River Su clan. According to legends, there was a huge spiritual river in the depths of the secret realm. All the cultivators that practiced in the waters of the spiritual river would have their bodies strengthened, and their cultivation speed would be 5 to 10 times faster compared to the outside world. It was a very good place to close up. Allowing Song Shuhang to practice in the first layer of the Spirit River secret realm for 10 times completely exceeded the value of the remaining 10 withered vines. The reward you offered is indeed comparable to those 16 withered vines, but there is a problem, Venerable White said calmly. Question mark. Su Clan 7. Little friend Song Shuhang has already opened all his apertures and is about to jump through the Dragon Gate. He just needs to accumulate enough qi and blood and wait for the right opportunity to jump through it, Venerable White said with a smile. Eh? Little friend Song Shuhang is about to jump through the Dragon Gate already? Su Clan 7 thought he had misheard. What kind of cheat is he using? This speed is just too exaggerated. Little friend Shuhang had several fortuitous encounters lately, and he encountered several life and death crises too. Anyway, given the current situation, your reward isn't suitable. Since you're in a hurry, how about taking the withered vines from Shuhang first? As for how to reward him, you can calmly think about it after you return to the clan, Venerable White said with a smile. As he was speaking, he gently caressed the 16th disposable meteor sword 001 edition. It was finally complete. Su Clan 7 laughed heartily. What a headache. I'll need to rack my brains to think of a proper reward for little friend Shuhang. Then, he headed towards Song Shuhang with a smile plastered all over his face. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Little friend Shuhang, we meet again. 7 stopped in front of Song Shuhang and tried to sense the strength of Shuhang's qi and blood as well as the number of apertures he had opened. F*CK, he really opened all his apertures and is about to jump through the Dragon Gate. The last time we met, he had just opened his eye aperture. And now, in a mere month, he is about to jump through the Dragon Gate. Is being together with Venerable White such a cheat-like experience? Indeed. Senior 7, we meet again. Song Shuhang said while passing the withered vines wrapped in paper to 7. There are 16 withered vines in total. Senior 7, take them. 7 cautiously received the paper with the withered vines and said, Little friend Shuhang, I can't thank you enough for this. Su Clan 7 didn't excel at expressing himself. Therefore, even though his heart was full of gratitude, he could only say, I can't thank you enough for this. However, no words were needed to see that he was truly grateful. Looking at his face was enough. Senior, did 16's condition improve? Song Shuhang asked. Song Shuhang hadn't gotten in touch with 16 since the day she had mailed herself over, June 18th, and spent an entire afternoon shopping with him. He didn't know anything about her current condition. 7 heaved a sigh and said, her life isn't in danger, but the extent she can recover to depends on her own strength. I'm powerless, and the best I can do is get my hands on a few withered vines to help her recover. After hearing that her life wasn't in danger, Song Shuhang calmed down a bit. He had also done everything in his power. Now, he could only hope that 16 would successfully recover from her injuries. Little friend Shuhang, I'll accept these vines first. As for how to compensate you, I'll carefully think about it once I return to the clan. 16 urgently needs these vines. Therefore, I cannot stay here for too long. Now that he had obtained the withered vines, 7 wanted to return to the clan as soon as possible. Song Shuhang nodded. Senior 7 is too polite. Let meet us again, then. 7 waved his hand and turned around, saying to Venerable White, Senior White, I'll take my leave then. Time is running out, and I really need to go. The earlier you die, the earlier you're reincarnated. Wait, what the hell I'm saying? I have to get away from the island as soon as possible as to avoid Senior White recalling that matter of the profile picture and giving me a pleasant surprise in return. Therefore, 7 wanted to leave the island as soon as possible. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Venerable White was currently fiddling with his phone. He seemed to be checking the map. As soon as he heard 7's words, he turned his head around and revealed a radiant smile. Fellow Daoi 7, if you're in such a hurry, let me personally send you off. 7 thought that Venerable White was just being courteous. Therefore, he brightly smiled and waved his hand. Senior White, there is no need. I can ride my saber and return to the clan very quickly. After all, it isn't too far from here. I fear I must insist on personally sending you off. The speed of my flying sword is unmatched. Venerable White narrowed his eyes, and his smile got even brighter. After saying this much, he stretched his hand out, and a disposable meteor sword 001 edition started to hover midair. Question mark. Su Clan 7 felt that there was something wrong with this atmosphere. In the tent, Song Shuhang, Dudu, and the small monk didn't have the heart to look at the scene and covered their eyes. This is my newly developed disposable meteor sword 001 edition. Compared to the previous editions, it uses the most advanced, quickest way to take off, the coiling flight feature. It has the very enjoyable zigzagged flight pattern and even the unprecedented parachute-style landing feature that can let you enjoy a bungee jumping-like feeling while descending. Of course, for safety reasons, the flying sword will automatically protect the user when the height from the ground reaches 0.1 meters, allowing the user to feel free from worries. There is also an additional meteor-like effect that makes the flying sword look like a meteor streaking across the sky when launched, absolutely pleasing to the eye. All these cool effects are united in a single sword. Cool, isn't it? After saying this much, Venerable White held his thumb up in approval. The more he was hearing, the more 7 felt that there was something wrong with the situation. What was this coiling flight feature? Or this zigzagged flight pattern? Or again, that parachute-style landing? And that meteor-like effect, just what was going on? This whole matter was so weird that 7 didn't know where to start. However, there was no time for useless thinking. At this time, he had to absolutely stop Senior White from using that disposable meteor sword 001 edition to send him off. Even if he was a 5th stage Golden Core Spiritual Emperor, he was sure he would die if he were to travel on that fearful flying sword. Senior, you're too polite. You don't have to bother seeing me off. I can go on my own. See you. The heavenly saber on 7's back moved on its own and fell beneath his feet. He didn't wait for Senior White's reply and immediately stepped on the saber, rising in the air and preparing to quickly leave the small island. Too late. I've checked the position on the map earlier and locked down the destination's coordinates already. Therefore, let me send you your way. I can guarantee you that this flying sword will deliver you to the Spirit River Su Clan. Venerable White laughed and activated the sword art. Go! With a whiz, the disposable meteor sword 001 edition drilled beneath 7's feet, picking both him and the heavenly saber up. In the next instant, it finally took off. The coiling flight feature was extremely fast and efficient. Su Clan 7 spun like a drill and ascended to the sky. Ooh-wah! 7 cried out strangely as he flew high into the sky while still spinning. Since he was spinning too quickly, his body literally became a tornado, resembling the Blade Master from World of Warcraft when he was using his Bladestorm skill. And just like a tornado, he was madly spinning while continuously moving forward. After he was bladestormed into the sky, the second feature of the disposable meteor sword, the meteor-like effect, also activated. The sword started to emit a dazzling light, turning 7 into a meteor that streaked across the sky. However, the trajectory of this meteor was a bit strange. While streaking across the sky, it would often go up and down, and then left and right. 7 was still crying out when his scream was suddenly cut off, and his figure disappeared from Song Shuhang, Dudu, and Gugua's sight. Compared to the disposable flying sword 005 edition that sent off Immortal Master Copper Trigram, this sword was at least 2 times faster. What a fearful gadget! Even a powerful 5th stage spiritual emperor like 7 was unable to resist the power of the disposable meteor sword 001 edition, and could only scream at the top of his voice. Moreover, he couldn't get away from the attraction field of the disposable meteor sword even though he was already riding his own flying saber. Senior White had developed a fearful flying sword. Song Shuhang turned his head around and secretly shot a glance at Venerable White. At this time, Venerable White was using his phone to take pictures of the madly spinning seven. Damn, the speed is too fast. The pictures are all blurry. I'll need to strengthen the camera of the phone, Venerable White muttered. Or perhaps I should leave an imprint spell on the flying sword that would record the whole scene and transmit it over here. Moreover, the zigzagged flight pattern becomes monotonous after a while. Perhaps it would be more interesting if many disposable meteor swords were flying together? For example, in the shape of a windmill or a V-shape like wild geese. I'll make a few changes then. Another 20 disposable meteor swords should suffice, but I should make a few more just in case. After all, the number of fellow Taoists in the group chat that want to try them is getting higher and higher. Or so Venerable White thought to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Right, Shuhang. Venerable White put his phone away and turned his head. Song Shuhang's heart sped up. Senior, is something the matter? No need to be scared. I just recalled that you're about to jump through the Dragon Gate, and closing up isn't really going to help you with that step, Senior White said with a smile on his face. How did the topic of the conversation change to cultivation? Senior White's train of thought has also started to randomly jump from subject to subject. Anyway, as long as we're not talking about disposable flying swords, it's all good. Thereupon, Song Shuhang replied, Senior, what should I do in that case? Jumping through the Dragon Gate is literally like jumping through the Dragon Gate as a fish. During this process, you have to go against the current, and if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. What you need is an opportunity to experience with your body the feeling of going against the stream. The more you get familiar with this feeling, the easier it will be to jump through the Dragon Gate. Venerable White said with a serious expression on his face. I have to experience with my body the feeling of going against the stream. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Senior White, are you saying that I should look for a waterfall and get such an experience there? Although there are some differences, you got the basic meaning right. Venerable White said with a bright smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, White Crane, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Iron Trigram. And a bald Song Shuhang. 2 in 1. Chapter 340, White Crane, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Iron Trigram, and a bald Song Shuhang. 2 in 1. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. I see. After the trip is over and we return to China, I'll go look for a waterfall. Song Shuhang said as he clenched his fist. After jumping through the Dragon Gate, the illusory qi and blood energy in his body would condense and solidify, turning into true qi. At that time, he would really enter the world of cultivation and leave behind the title of Rookie Cultivator. I feel at ease seeing you this motivated, Venerable White said with a smile. Then, he also added, actually, you don't really need to look for a waterfall to experience the feeling of going against the stream. If I don't need to look for a waterfall, what do I need to look for? Song Shuhang blurted out, but he quickly regretted saying these words. If there was no waterfall, there was still the sky, the deep sea, and even space. Damn it, I have to stop being so straightforward and control my mouth. Senior White stood in front of him with his hands crossed behind the back and a mysterious smile on his face. Senior White. Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He wanted to beg Senior White not to use disposable flying swords to send him into the sky. But just as he was about to speak, he thought once more about his straightforwardness. He had to calm down and take his time. First, he had to properly process the sentence in his mind to see if there were no problems with it. For example, what if Senior White had no intention of sending him into the sky with a disposable flying sword? In that case, wouldn't he stupidly remind Senior White about that option, bringing a disaster upon himself? There was no need to make haste, and even if Senior White wanted to send him off, it was still not too late. Use Lady Onion's signature skill, that 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat. Although he hadn't tried this technique out in the real world, he had continuously practiced it in the several hundred years long dream. The fearful thing was that he had practiced over and over again even the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. That dream was really painful to recall. I must forget it. I must forget it. I must forget it. Whenever I recall that stupid dream, I feel too much shame. Thereupon, Song Shuhang stopped in his tracks and changed the sentence. He revealed a bright smile and said, "Senior White, does that mean that there are other ways to experience a feeling that is similar to jumping through the Dragon Gate?" Senior White nodded and said with a smile, "Recently, my understanding of the Great Way increased a bit, and I managed to grasp an interesting skill. This skill can let you experience a feeling that is similar to jumping through the Dragon Gate." He learned an interesting skill? It seems that Senior White doesn't want to send me off. That's great. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he stopped in time earlier and didn't blurt out more nonsense. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, what kind of skill is it?" Venerable White didn't reply immediately but asked instead, "Shuhang, do you know about that illusory reality?" "Illusory reality?" "Yes, I know about it. This skill creates an illusory world that almost seems real." Song Shuhang nodded and recalled the warm desert and the young man in green clothes riding a white horse from Senior White's illusory reality. That scene was either part of Venerable White's memories or something born from his imagination. Under the effects of the illusory reality, the scene became real and one could touch and feel the sand with their hands, as well as interact with that young man in green clothes. Even the wounds received in the desert would stay behind after coming back to reality. Additionally, the desert and the young man in green clothes were the main reason his acrophobia worsened. This was another painful memory to recall. The new ability I grasped is somewhat similar to the illusory reality. Although similar, it is at the same time its complete opposite. Venerable White crossed his hands behind the back and revealed a smile. "It's similar, but also its complete opposite?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. The name of this technique is a real illusion, and under its effects, you can change a few real occurrences into illusions. I've only got a superficial knowledge of this skill, but it's rather interesting. "Let me demonstrate it you," Venerable White said. "Only a superficial knowledge? Rather interesting? Senior, wait a moment. Let me prepare first." But Song Shuhang didn't even have the time to speak when Venerable White stretched his hand out and snapped his fingers, activating the skill. Song Shuhang steeled his mind, readying himself to welcome Senior White's skill. But a few seconds later, he didn't experience the strange sensation he felt while entering the world of the illusory reality. He didn't sense any change in the surroundings either. "Senior White, did you use the real illusion?" Song Shuhang asked, somewhat confused. After saying this much, he shot a glance at Senior White. In the next instant, he got a scare. He saw that Venerable White was standing 3 meters away from him with a blank look on his face. He seemed distracted. He was clearly speaking a second ago. How come he is distracted now? No wonder the real illusion didn't work. Senior White got distracted while using it. Immediately after, Song Shuhang discovered another scary thing. It seemed that Venerable White was planning to move towards Song Shuhang before he got distracted. Therefore, even though he was distracted, his body automatically reacted, making him raise a leg and take a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, and then Senior White suddenly stumbled. In the next moment, his body started to slowly but inevitably fall forward. Since Senior White hadn't fallen in a while, Song Shuhang had almost forgotten about this terrifying special skill of his. "Senior White, stop!" Song Shuhang bellowed and dashed forward, stretching his hands out in the hope of stopping Venerable White from falling. Whether or not his strength was enough to stop the falling Venerable White, he had to give it a try. It was the only option at his disposal. He could either choose to stop him or stand there doing nothing. Running away was out of the question. The radius of Venerable White's lethal stumbling skill was at least 100 meters, there was no way Song Shuhang could get out of the range before Venerable White fell to the ground. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, when the will is there but not the strength. Song Shuhang tried his best to stop Venerable White from falling, but couldn't make it in time. He was only a few centimeters away, and he could do nothing but helplessly watch Senior White fall to the ground. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion followed, and Song Shuhang felt the entire world shake. Everything before his eyes was overturned, and soon after, he felt his body fall downwards into an endless pit, so deep that it seemed hell itself. A terrifying scene for sure. Song Shuhang felt as though the world was about to end. As if that wasn't enough, Venerable White seemed more distracted than usual today, and he wasn't able to protect Song Shuhang even subconsciously. The rock swirled in the air and hit Shuhang all over his body, making him feel a piercing pain. Is today the day I die? I survived for over 300 chapters and even avoided getting killed by Senior White's disposable flying sword, but now, I'm going to die because he stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as his imagination was running wild, a rock shot toward him at high speed amidst the chaos. Shuhang was still falling and didn't have the time to dodge. The rock brushed right past his scalp, and just like a sharp razor, it shaved off a big patch of hair from his head. In the next instant, Song Shuhang felt the world going black and lost consciousness. Senior White getting distracted was a rather fearful thing. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the airspace of the East China Sea, True Monarch White Crane was cheerfully flapping the 6 wings on its back. Whenever it recalled that it would soon meet its beloved Venerable White, True Monarch White Crane felt very excited. It was so happy that it felt the urge to sing loudly. But right at this time, sword light flashed before its eyes and quickly dashed toward its position. The sword light resembled a meteor streaking across the sky. It looked very pretty. Moreover, its flight pattern was rather peculiar, suddenly flying left, right, up, and then down. The speed was also extremely quick. Eh? Senior White sword chi is emanating from it. Is that one of those disposable flying swords? True Monarch White Crane sensed the sword chi on the sword from afar. But what was above the sword? True Monarch White Crane opened its eyes wide and tried to see through the light of the meteor-like effect. Afterward, it discovered that there was a pale and familiar-looking man on top of the flying sword. Eh? Isn't that fellow Deosu Clan 7? Why is he riding on Senior White's disposable flying sword? True Monarch White Crane thought, somewhat confused. Although True Monarch White Crane and Su Clan 7 didn't have a deep friendship, they were still part of the same circle. Therefore, they would at least greet each other if they were to meet. True Monarch White Crane flapped its wings and approached the sword light, waving its hand at 7, who was quickly coming over. Fellow Deus 7, how are you? Fellow Deus 7 replied with a high-pitched scream. In the next moment, the sword light brushed past True Monarch White Crane with a whiz, completely disappearing. True Monarch White Crane turned its head around, but 7 had completely disappeared, without leaving any trace behind. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand. True Monarch White Crane. What game was fellow Deus 7 playing? In the next moment, True Monarch White Crane shook its head. It didn't matter what 7 was doing, seeing Senior White was more important. Senior White, I'm coming. It was unknown whether Senior White still remembered it, but it was that small white crane at the earth's end. The more True Monarch White Crane thought about this, the more it was getting impatient to see Venerable White. Therefore, it kept happily flapping its wings, heading toward that small island in the East China Sea. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On another side, on the border between the East China Sea and the Pacific Ocean, was a mysterious island that wasn't present on any map. A supernatural field of energy covered the whole island, and even the most advanced technologies couldn't detect its presence. In the airspace above the island, countless multicolored butterflies were dancing in the air. This place was precisely Soft Feather's home, the Spirit Butterfly Island. Venerable Spirit Butterfly quietly sat in the middle of the pavilion while sipping some tea. This tea was made from those tea leaves that his beloved daughter had personally prepared. At this time, he suddenly said, "How is Softfeather planning to deal with this matter between the Chu family and the Illusory Sword School? She hasn't taken any action yet. I think she's planning to observe things for now and act according to circumstances after the two factions have settled the matter on the grievance settling platform." A huge spirit butterfly was dancing next to Venerable Spirit Butterfly while holding a phone. Liu Jianyi was on the other end. Good. Since Softfeather wants to wait and see how things develop, you should also stay your hand and not interfere in this matter between the Chu family and the Illusory Sword School, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said calmly. I understand, teacher, Liu Jianyi promptly replied. He really liked to wait and see how things developed, because it required no effort. Pay attention to the movements of the Illusory Sword School. If they dare to act against Softfeather, you know what to do, right? Venerable Spirit Butterfly dropped a few hints. Teacher, I understand, Liu Jianyi replied. He really hoped that the Illusory Sword School wouldn't do anything stupid. After all, he would consume a lot of physical strength if he were to get rid of them. Physical strength was something you had to preserve at all costs. It was something very precious. Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded satisfied and hung up. The huge Spirit Butterfly placed the phone in front of him and cheerfully flapped its wings, returning amidst the group of butterflies. Venerable Spirit Butterfly took another sip of the tea and turned his laptop on. Afterward, he opened the instant messaging program and went into the 9 Provinces #1 group. Since he hadn't added his personal account to the group, he used Softfeather's account to log in. As soon as he got into the group chat, his screen got filled with all kinds of Senior White's emotes, almost blinding Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Eh? Aren't these fellow Daoist White's pictures? How did they turn into an expression package? Venerable Spirit Butterfly was confused. He started to scroll through the chat logs for clarifications and managed, with great difficulty, to reach the start of the conversation. So, it's an expression package that Softfeather made personally? Venerable Spirit Butterfly was moved after this discovery. It was an expression package that his beloved daughter had made personally. In the next instant, he clicked on the download button and quietly downloaded the Senior White's expression package. Afterward, he saw that most of the fellow Daoists that were online had changed their profile pictures to Venerable White's pictures. Is this a new fashion in the group? Venerable Spirit Butterfly muttered. If it was a new trend, he couldn't let his daughter fall behind. Moreover, it was an expression package she had made personally. Thereupon, Venerable Spirit Butterfly scrolled through Venerable White's pictures and selected the Senior_White_happy emote, using it as Softfeather's profile picture. Not bad. It looks pretty good. Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded satisfied. Then, he opened Softfeather's friends list and clicked on the contact named Senior Song, starting to check the conversation between Softfeather and Song Shuhang. Good. Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded satisfied once more. There were no traces of lovey-dovey conversations between his daughter and this Senior Song. Very good. At last, Venerable Spirit Butterfly logged out, his face very satisfied. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, on the border between China and Korea, deep below a private residence was an immortal cave used for secluded meditation. Copper Trigram's disciple, immortal fortune teller Iron Trigram had locked himself up in this immortal cave. Copper Trigram's extremely auspicious, lucky, and super good divination had scared Iron Trigram to death. After locking himself up, he hadn't dared to take a single step out of this place. Moreover, he had arranged nearly 300 defensive formations on the ceiling. He had learned from the mistakes of Scholar Zhan Gong, a senior from the 9 Provinces #1 group. Scholar Zhan Gong was in deep meditation and was having a great time when someone dropped an atomic bomb on his head. Given his Shiati luck, Iron Trigram felt that it wouldn't be too strange if an atomic bomb were to suddenly explode over his head. Therefore, he had to get ready for all eventualities. After staying in seclusion for some time, Iron Trigram felt a bit bored. After all, he wasn't really cultivating and was just hiding from bad luck. As a consequence, it was impossible for him to reach the state where he could keep meditating for several years in a row. Since he was bored, he took out his phone and decided to shoot a glance at the 9 Provinces #1 group. Ian Trigram didn't like writing in the group. He was more of a lurker, interested in what the seniors were talking about. As soon as he opened the group chat, his screen got filled with the pictures of a pretty senior. What's happening? Ian Trigram quickly scrolled through the chat logs. After a short while. So, that's the legendary Venerable White, the one that has unrivaled luck. Just like teacher said, he's an incredibly attractive person, Ian Trigram muttered. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind and downloaded the Senior White's expression package from the group space. After completing the download, he started to skim through the pictures and found one that was suitable for him, the Senior_White_bless emote. He made up his mind and decided to use this emote as his profile picture. After changing his profile picture, he held his phone horizontally, expanding the Senior_White_bless emote to full screen. Then, he looked for an incense burner and lit up some incense, starting to pray. Although I haven't met him face to face, I know about Senior White's incredible luck. Senior White, give me your blessing and help me get through the greatest calamity of my life, Ian Trigram requested with sincerity. After praying, perhaps because he had found something to believe in, Ian Trigram felt that his mood had gotten a lot better. Snowflake hash. On a lone island in the East China Sea. After God knew how long, Song Shuhang finally opened his eyes. From what he remembered, he had experienced a short-range explosion that Senior White had caused after stumbling. I'm probably heavily wounded right now, perhaps my wounds are even worse than Choo Choo's. I think I'm quite lucky that I survived after getting hit by that explosion at point-blank range. Eh? Strange, why don't I feel any pain? Song Shuhang blinked a few times. He shot a glance at his body, and strangely enough, he was unscathed. Not only him, but the ground was also intact. Senior White hadn't created any crater. Was it all an illusion? It was rare to see such a realistic illusion. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang saw Venerable White. At this time, he was lying on the ground and not moving in the slightest. It seemed as though he was dead. Song Shuhang. Sheet! Did Venerable White really fall to the ground? Then, how come there is no crater? Was he able to control his strength just an instant before hitting the ground? Such being the case, why isn't he getting up? Is he playing dead? No, wait a moment. Does it mean that the real illusion Senior White used earlier really worked? This skill is opposite of the illusory reality, and can change real occurrences into illusions. In other words, Venerable White really stumbled and fell to the ground, creating a huge hole and involving the poor cultivator surnamed Song in the explosion. But in the end, this real event seemed to have changed into an illusion under the effects of the real illusion skill. If things really went this way, wasn't this ability a bit too strong? 7th stage Venerables were unexpectedly this scary? Senior White, wake up! Open your eyes! Song Shuhang squatted beside Venerable White and started to poke him. Ah? Venerable White rubbed his eyes and looked at Song Shuhang in puzzlement. Song Shuhang raised his head and asked, Senior White, did you get distracted just now? Did I get distracted? Venerable White sat in place and kept rubbing his eyes. I have yet to completely grasp this skill. Earlier, I used too much mental energy and got distracted. I didn't cause any damage, right? No damage was caused, Song Shuhang replied. Dudu stuck his head out of the tent and said, no damage was caused, expect to Song Shuhang's head. My head? Song Shuhang touched his neck in puzzlement. It seems like everything's fine to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a light wind blew over. When the wind blew, it also carried a tinge of cold within. When it blew against his face, Song Shuhang didn't feel anything except for the top of his head, where he felt a slightly cold feeling. Thereupon, he stretched his hand out and felt his head. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang refused to believe what was happening and stretched his hand again, feeling his head once more. Song Shuhang. Venerable White stood in front of him with a serious expression, and no emotions could be read from his face. Senior White, do you have a mirror? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable White unsheathed his sword and placed it in front of Song Shuhang horizontally. The blade of the sword was very clean, even better than a mirror. Song Shuhang looked at his picture reflected on the blade. The picture of a young man with fair complexion and gentle features appeared on the blade of the sword. However, there was a problem with the hairstyle of this youth. A very deep ditch had appeared in the middle of the ordinary-looking hairstyle of a male student. Song Shuhang. How about you completely shave your head? It won't take long for your hair to grow back, Venerable White suggested. Song Shuhang sighed deeply. He had always tried his best to stop that true self in his sea of consciousness from turning bald, but now, he was unexpectedly stepping on the road of baldness in real life first. After turning bald, will I inherit Saitama's strength? Let's shave it. Song Shuhang sighed deeply again. Venerable White stretched his hand out, and a thin layer of spiritual energy appeared on it. Afterward, he gently swept over Song Shuhang's head with his hand. Shuhang's hair fell to the ground one by one. Senior brother Shuhang. The small monk quickly ran over and said to Song Shuhang with a delighted expression on his face, "Are you preparing to become a monk?" "No, I'm just planning to change hairstyle for a while," Song Shuhang replied with a firm expression on his face. Senior brother Shuhang looks very handsome with that bald head. The small monk joined his palms together and continued, "This bald head really suits you, and I feel that you have the inborn talent to become a monk." Song Shuhang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.